Sorry, I'm running a little behind. Okay. Paperwork. But welcome, my MGTOW brothers. We're going to have a night drive tonight. $119 $38.17. And I don't know how long I'm going to go on this because I've got about 1,000 miles to go by 11 o'clock on Thursday. Oh, for God's sakes. You're going to make me add this shit up. Damn them. Okay. Twin. 21 426. Hey, Austin, your face is showing. I don't know if you know that. Alrighty, there we go.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm all right. What are you up to tonight, brother?
I was just relaxing. I have
Hey,
to
how?
I have to work today.
Oh, so do I. So, how old did you say you were again, Austin?
I'm 25.
Okay. I got to see your face. You look really young.
Yep. So you've been back to trucking.
I've never stopped.
You found another job?
I didn't get fired. Are you
No.
sure? Are you sure you're not part of fucking Cush and all those guys?
Nope.
This is a
Well, then
Tommy
what?
kid, man.
Huh? I know it's Tommy. Dude, we will not pick on you, but you can't be lying to us either, buddy.
Oh.
So it all just depends on how you want to play it, Austin. Tommy. 6, 8. 13, 15, 20, 3, 6, 14 is 20, 2 and 2 is 4, 1 is 5. Good God, we're heavy. How many pieces is this? I don't know if there's a cat scale around here. Well, guys, sorry about missing out on driving yesterday. Um, there was a problem with my computer again. We had to get fixed.
But it's okay.
But we finally got her fixed, and now we're on the way.
And it's okay now.
Yeah, I've got 4 computers on the truck, and one of them is a piece of crap. But it's running now. So here we go. Turn off the lights in here. Buckle up. So, is there anything on your mind, Tommy? Cowboy pimpin'. Don't know you either.
Yeah, yes, you do.
Okay, so it's Rusty. All right. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. Who you got on there?
This is Tommy.
Hey, is this the Tommy that I have talked to before?
I don't know.
Hey, Tommy Guns?
Yeah, he's going under an assumed name tonight. Yeah, I'll put him up. Now that I know who you are.
Tommy, is that you?
He is not admitting it. So, but yes, it is.
Well, see, Tommy, nobody's beating up on you. No, this is the Tommy that I think it is. We had some good interactions on my channel with comments and stuff like that. I think Tommy is one of these young fellas that, has been looking for a direction and quite hasn't figured out yet where he would like to belong.
Yeah. No, we're not picking on Tommy. Although when he's been on the stream before, he's gone back and lied about what happened on the stream.
Well, that's something that you can't do.
In other chats.
Yeah. You can't go back and forth between two opposing forces trying to kiss ass.
Well, he's not trying to kiss ass here. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
He comes on here and then pretends like he's a big tough guy when he goes back over there.
Yeah. Hey, how you like that avatar? That's really me in my avatar.
I haven't looked at it. I'm driving, brother.
Oh, that's right. We all forget that sometimes, True Blood. we just take it for granted.
Yeah. Now everybody can see how the captain of the crusty blowhole looks as a cowboy.
Yeah. I was just over there on Outlaw's stream.
Uh-huh.
He's doing a lot of border stuff tonight. Looks like he actually identified illegal alien on his stream. ICE might get him tomorrow.
Well, there's so many of them. That's not such a big accomplishment. They're pretty much out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
They know who every one of them is that's been accepting welfare checks and all that. I'm
Yeah,
just
it still
waiting for
blows.
him to put like one of these mayors, the sanctuary cities, get one of those guys and put him in jail.
Yeah, man, this technology that we got today, even though I'm very familiar with it, to a degree, it still blows me away. I mean, you can't hide. They will
No,
find you.
just like Ape, he will find you.
Done found you.
Hey,
Oh, I misread Hemi's. I thought it said Jack off all, master of none. Sorry, Hemi.
Oh,
I misread that. The picture's clearing up now. Rusty, how are you doing?
oh, doing pretty good. Just taking a break. Good long day.
Yeah?
Not surprised no illiterate fuck like yourself can't read.
I learned how to read in the 70s, you motherfucker, before Jimmy Carter started the Board of Education. Shut up. What do you think about that?
Jimmy Carter didn't start the Board of Education.
He started the Department of Education, didn't he?
Yeah, but that's different.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I wasn't reading it.
Ah,
I was speaking it. Looks like you ran off your guest.
he wasn't talking, and I don't trust him, so I just turned off his feed. He's still backstage.
Ah.
Well, Tommy, welcome.
Well, I don't know about that or not, because Tommy's a tranny, or at least he might think he is. But,
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Well, that's who I thought you were talking about when you were trying to figure out who he was, but I've never heard the person talk, so I didn't know for sure, so I wasn't going to say anything.
I don't know if it's Tommy Gunn or not, but this is that guy that Bullets had on that was doing the tranny art with like AK-47 and the trans flags. And
Yeah. Tommy Gunn or Tommy Art fucking project or whatever it was he used to go by.
Yeah, he's the one that got into it with Frost. Yeah, and actually, I have had some good interactions with Tommy on my channel. So
I have a rule that with no alphabet.
Of course, but I don't think he ever declared himself.
I believe he did.
Okay, I must have missed it.
Yeah.
From what I gathered, he ended up on that side of a community because he was confused.
Yeah.
And I think he sought some type of camaraderie there of some sort. And I believe he, according to the campground manager, they used and abused him of some way, shape, or form. But yeah, I think there was a little time there where he was identifying as one of them. I don't think he knows what he is, to be honest with you.
I kind of agree with you there, Hemi, but
So are we
I kind of agree. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, unless I hear otherwise, I'm going to go with the last thing I heard from him, and that was he was a trans activist, and MGTOW's for normal men. Now, if he wants to change the way he's thinking and become a normal man, that's fine. He's still a young man. I don't believe he's had any surgery. And, there's always room, to make yourself right with the Lord.
Has there been any more discussion on a meetup?
I talked to Hamster, and he agreed in principle, but then he said that he needed to talk to me offline. But of course, we haven't talked offline. But so far, Rusty, we are thinking about the towards the middle to end of April in St. Louis.
Interesting.
The good
Sounds
part
good.
is
As much fun as it would be to do, as much fun as it would be to do it in Austin, I don't think that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
And you might actually get the Ginger Assassin to actually show up and interact, as long as you're feeding him a hearty breakfast.
Right. Hamster will Lenny's. I've found that that's his weakness.
Hamster doesn't have a very good track record of showing up to meetups, though.
Looking through a gun magazine, and they have an ad in here for Marlin lever action rifles. And for those of you that don't know, Marlin was bought out by Ruger because Remington Arms and the parent company that owned Remington basically rode these rifles into the ground. The quality control was shit. They were dog shit. They called them Remlin. And Ruger took over and is making the Marlin line of rifles. And I have to say, they have some beautiful lever action rifles here. I have a Henry.
Don't
myself.
take it ice fishing. Don't take it ice fishing.
I know.
Is that the guy who liked them so much that he bought the company?
No, I don't think so. Who was that? What commercial was that?
Oh, that was Remington Shavers. Right.
Yeah.
yeah. I liked it so much I bought the company.
Hey, Frost is in the chat, and Blades.
Hi.
Drew.
Hello.
Results. Tom, Postnut.
Drew.
Eat a bag of dicks.
Flanders is here?
They have a scale here. Flanders?
Well, Hemi said eat a bag of dicks, and I heard that Flanders eats all the dicks, so I was wondering if he was in there in the chat.
He eats the ones that RO can't finish.
No, RO eats the bully sticks.
Yes. RO's been known to eat
what
a
bully
wild
stick
weasel.
is, Rusty?
What?
Do you know what a bully stick is, Rusty?
Yeah, that's what I hit big fish in the head with.
No, it's a dried bull
Dehydrated
stick.
bull cock.
It's a dried out bull penis that they make into dog chew toys. And apparently RO thinks they're great.
Right! And he'd have got away with it, too, if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
Was it Smurf that put into Discord? It had Papa Smurf and Smurfette, and she goes, Papa Smurf, I can't find any dicks. They're all gone. And Papa Smurf says, Flanders, they're all gone. Flanders ate the dick. Flanders ate all the dicks. That was a great meme. Poor Flanders.
Poor Flanders. What do you mean?
He gets picked on pretty hard.
Oh, he loves it.
There's some pretty good pictures of him hugging and humping on all kinds of strange things. That chair video he did, it's got traction. It's got a lot of mileage.
Yeah.
So what'd you think about that fat rapper that's suing Lyft because she's so fucking fat she can't fit in a car?
I believe I made that as a community post.
Yeah, I saw your community post a couple hours ago. I saw that story way early this morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's something else.
Yeah. And in the interview, she didn't even fucking know the difference between Lyft and Uber.
Oh, but she's suing Lyft? Maybe it was an Uber.
Well, the guy was really polite with her and just told her, "Hey, you need to get the
An
fucking
Uber,
Lyft."
a Lyft XL.
Yeah, I'd say she's more of a fucking Lyft triple XL, maybe even quadruple.
Well, she looks like she's about 5'3" and she weighs 220 kilos. Well, that's at least 440 plus another 0.2 pounds times
44.
220. So yeah, so she's 485.
2 is 40.
Yeah, she's 484 pounds.
Yeah, she's a 500.
That's
Yeah.
Saunders' fun size.
Yeah, she wasn't going to fit in that Honda Civic. Oh, there ain't no way that woman wouldn't be able to get in the door. She got to be a victim about something. She's obviously not a victim of her overeating.
Nope. And she's got enough money to afford. She's strong and independent and can afford her own food.
I want to hear her rap because I think she gets about 3/4 of a sentence and has to take a breath.
Oh, what was that one guy that was out there rapping, sitting on the couch with a fucking oxygen tank?
Yeah.
And Snoop Dogg clowned him.
Yeah.
What was his name? MCO2? Rusty, did you get a nice tan from your dilithium crystal bath?
I did.
Well, I'm glad you're in a better mood. You got some artificial sun.
Yes. It works every time.
It was a high of 50 degrees here today and the sun was out. It was absolutely beautiful. Last week it was 26 below with the wind. So 75-degree swing.
Yay, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Well, I think everybody got a little bit of that. That thing dipped right down from Canada. Thanks, Hemi. Come out of the Arctic and frickin' blasted the central part of the United States all the way to the Gulf Coast. And seeing that much snow in Florida, that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, Rusty writes me. He says, "Man, it keeps snowing. I don't know what this is." And I wrote him back. Well, we call this phenomenon winter.
Yeah, that damn snow, man, was all the way down to fucking Destin, Florida, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw somebody in Florida. They went out in their backyard, and the palm trees out in their backyard. The swimming pool was uncovered, and they had a ruler, and they on their table on their deck they stuck that ruler down, that 8 inches of snow on that table. I was like, oh, orange juice is going to get expensive again.
Yeah.
You just killed a whole fucking state worth of oranges again. I don't know if they raise oranges up in the northern part of Florida or not, but
They do.
how far down is Destin, Rusty?
Well, I know it was in Destin and Sandestin, the snow was.
Is that farther south or is that northern?
Yeah, that's further south in Florida.
Oh.
Pensacola was covered.
Well, they had 8
Yeah,
inches of global warming in their yard.
Hey, it's global climate change, bitch.
Oh, it's not global warming anymore? It's just
No,
climate change?
Global warming kind of was, well, proved to be bullshit. And it was so much bullshit that Greta Van Susteren even had to fucking rename it.
How dare her?
Yeah.
I'm wondering when her grift is gonna run out and she's gonna start doing Lonely Fans. Look at this naked, retarded Swedish woman.
Welcome to Missouri, motherfuckers! Leaving Kansas, come again, bitches.
Be coming on down your back now, yeah?
Yeah. And we have 3 lovely roundabouts before I get to the highway.
Are you going to say the line?
What line would that be?
We'll just keep going around the roundabout and say the line.
Oh.
Hey, look, kids. Big Ben in Parliament. Oh, that was a funny movie.
That was a good one.
Well, that Rusty was going to get lucky with that little Heidelberg girl, and he's got her freaking tits out, and he's about ready to get to business, and the the village bells ring. Well, they haven't rang in 200 years. The last time was when they hung somebody. Oh, my God, my dad. They're doing that lederhosen dance, and they start laughing the piss out of each other. Oh, fuck, that was a funny show.
Yeah. Those are some nice titties, too. Yeah. 100% natural, beautiful boobies.
I found out that every once in a while I'll go grab like a breakfast burrito at this place. This lady opens up early enough, but there's always these 2 guys in there. Usually, every time I go in there, there's these 2 guys. Or if I go have breakfast at the sale barn, they on a Friday morning, they're always there. And I didn't know them, I just, hey fellas, how you doing? Good morning. And come to find out, the one guy I was talking to, I don't know if he knows it yet, but I found out who he was. He's the older brother of a gal that I dated, his youngest sister, 25 years ago.
Shit.
I only met this guy maybe. I know I met him once because we had hit an owl. An owl bounced off the windshield of her car one night, and so we stopped at his house. I picked the owl up. I thought it was dead. Well, the little bastard was alive, and he started flying around inside the car and creating all kinds of havoc. It was pretty funny. And so we went to his house because I'd never seen one, and it was a burrow owl. They're little, tiny little guys. They probably have them in Kansas. They live basically in prairie dog holes. You ever seen one?
They're in Florida too, Ape.
Oh, are they?
They're all
Yep.
over, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've never seen one because they're real tiny. And so we went to his house, and he grabbed a welding glove, and we reached in and grabbed this owl out of the back seat and checked him out, made sure his wings weren't broken. He was okay. He just glanced off the windshield, just kind of knocked him unconscious. I picked him up, and he woke up in my hands when I was driving. But anyway, that was the last time I saw this guy. Well, that was either right before the year 2000 rang in or right after. I'm thinking it was probably about a month before. So it's been 25 years. Because the gal at the restaurant, I said, "Where's the two regulars?" She goes, "Oh, that so and so. I think he's with his daughter, and the other one had to go out of town." And she said his name, and I said, "What's his last name?" She said his last name. I was like, "Oh, yeah, I dated his younger sister," and she knew. You know, she was born and raised there. She knew who it was. She said her name, and I go, "Yeah." I said, 25 years ago. I said, "I didn't recognize him." She said something. I go, "Well, yeah, he did have dark hair and was a little bit lighter back then." He looked like an old man.
In the chat.
Yeah, weren't we all?
Yeah. My hair didn't have any white in it, and I was a little lighter too. But I just thought that was funny. I said, I've been talking to this guy for a couple of months, just saying good morning, and stuff like that. And then I come to realize, because I heard his name, he's got a real uncommon name. So I was like, "What's that guy's last name?" She said it, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah." Yeah, the girl I was dating, I thought everything was going fine. Everything was going good, and I didn't go up to that town and see her on St. Patrick's night. I couldn't. I was at work. And the day after St. Patrick's Day, I get a phone call. "You need to come up and get your stuff that you have in my house." All I had was like a toothbrush and like a shirt and a pair of pants. And I said, "What?" And so I go up there, drive up there, and she wouldn't even answer the door. Her roommate answered the door and handed me my shit. My shit actually was hanging in a grocery sack on the doorknob. And I'm like, "What the fuck did I do?" Apparently, she found somebody she liked more than me that night.
Is that the one that ran off with the cook?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And now I think that's who she married and had a kid with. And then I think they raised his brother's two daughters, because his brother must have been a real piece of work. So they ended up basically raising three kids. She's got a grown kid. This was 25 years ago. So I'm sure her kid's early 20s. Just funny how life comes back around,
Yeah.
So next time I go in for breakfast, I'm going to say, "Hey, so and so." I'm pretty sure that the gals, I'm sure they probably went there this morning, those two guys, because they're there almost every morning at this little diner thing. And I'm sure the gal, the owner, I'm sure she said something. Like, "You know that guy? That guy that comes in there all the time?" So he'll probably say hi to me next time.
Yeah.
Dodge the bullet, eh?
There aren't any secrets in a little town like that.
Yeah, no, there's just over it's over 1,000. There's over 1,000 people in that town, but everybody that's born and raised there, they know everything about everybody. I've only been up there for like 4 months working, and I'll be driving down the road, and I'm in a company vehicle, and I'll be driving down the road, and people are giving me the side eye, like, who's this? But it's all good. I'm happy where I'm living. I'm happy where I'm working. So it's great. Getting up at 2 a.m. kind of sucks, but when you're home at noon, that's okay.
Yeah. They'll figure out your Jets owner.
Who?
The people in town.
Well, I live in one town and work in another town. They don't know the dog.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a drive every morning at 3 a.m. when I leave.
Yeah, for some reason I thought you went to bumfuck Egypt.
No, that's
okay.
That's where I work. I live just down and around the corner from bumfuck Egypt.
Okay. I knew you had like a 40-minute drive every morning.
Yeah, I usually take about an hour. I slow roll it. There's a lot of animals running around, and I'm in no hurry to crash a company vehicle because then I have to drive my personal vehicle.
Yep.
So I just take it nice and easy, and I don't drive faster than my headlights let me see. So found out on a motorcycle that you can ride faster than your headlights will go. Your headlights only go out so far, and stuff comes up real quick if you're ripping around with at high speed. So those days of hauling ass at night are over. But this morning, though, it was pretty calm. There was a coyote that ran out in front of me just a couple miles out of town, and I think that was the only critter I saw. But where I drive through, there are elk. Haven't seen them yet, but I know they're up there because I know people that own property up there, and they got elk on their property all year round. There's elk, white-tailed deer, mule deer. There are some bears up there now, even though the game department says there isn't any. I know people that have game cameras that have bears on them. There are mountain lions. There are bobcats. And, of course, coyotes and foxes. But I haven't seen a mountain lion yet. I'm waiting one morning just to see a mountain lion crouched down next to the side of the road. I think that'd be pretty neat.
Yeah.
I've only seen one mountain lion out in the wild, and it was dead. It was on Interstate 90 in the Cascade Mountains, dropping down into North Bend, into Seattle. I was going along, and it was bumper to bumper traffic all the way down the pass, and I happened to look over, and I saw something laying on the side of the road, and as I went by, I saw its head and its mouth open, and I was like, holy shit, that's a mountain lion. You'd see its teeth. You don't see those hit on a road very often.
No.
And nobody had stopped to grab him, or the game department didn't even know about him yet or anything. I think he was pretty fresh. Of course, if you snag a dead mountain lion, you're probably getting a little bit of trouble if they find out.
Well, you definitely wouldn't want to, get him in the back of your car and have him wake up.
No, you don't want to make sure he's dead.
My cousins fucking clipped a bobcat, and they stuck it in a fucking old suitcase and set the suitcase out by the side of the road, and just to see if somebody drive by and open it up.
I got a buddy of mine that grew up in Missouri that there was this old farmer that was a prick to everybody. He was just a cantankerous old shithead. And my buddy was out haying, and him and his friend went to go grab some lunch, and there was a possum running in the ditch on the way back. So his buddy's like, stop, I'm gonna grab that possum. So he stopped and he had a pair of welding gloves in the back of the truck, and he threw on a welding glove and he grabbed this possum by the tail and held him out the truck window, driving back to where they were haying. And my buddy goes, "What are you going to do with him?" And he's going, "I'm going to stick him in the old man's mailbox." Well, he wired the, and he said it was like 110 degrees. He took this possum, stuffed it in this dude's mailbox, and wired the lid shut. And they were out working, and they see the old man drive up there and walk up to his mailbox, and he sees it wired shut, and he's screaming and ranting and raving, and they're trying to act like they're not watching. And he says they opened up that freaking mailbox, and that possum come out and bounced off of that guy's chest. He said, "I don't know who was more pissed, that guy or that possum, because that possum was sweating and he was mad when he come out of there."
When I was a little kid, that same group of cousins, we had an uncle, a great uncle, one of my grandfather's brothers, right? And this guy was fucking backwards as fuck. Not really stupid. He was a good craftsman, but just fucking country as country could be. Just fucking hillbilly. They lived, way out in the fucking sand hills and shit. And Uncle Ivan, we were down there visiting my great aunt, and Ivan lived with her because she was really fucking old, and he was still pretty spry. He was 70 something at the time. This is back in the 1970s. Sunday morning before church, he gets us all up early and hands my brothers and I each a stick and has us stand around this galvanized wash tub. And then he flips the tub over. And there's a possum underneath there, and that was Ivan fucking giving us our entertainment. He said, poke it with a stick. It's fun." Poke it. I can still fucking see it to this day. Poke it with a stick. It's fun.
Oh, well, that buddy I was telling you about in Missouri,
Yeah.
he had a possum running across the yard one time, and he yelled at it, and it fucking flopped over like it played dead,
Yeah.
So he went walking around, and every time the possum would move, he'd yell or say something, and he would just sit there and freeze. He says, "I walked over and grabbed a willow branch. You know how sharp they are at the end."
Yeah.
He said, "I walked up there and I poked that possum in the fucking eyeball, and it did not flinch." He said, "When they play dead, they play dead." He said he didn't twitch, didn't whimper, didn't do nothing. He said, poked him right in the eye. And he said, after that, I figured that little bastard, he deserves to live. And he walked off, and he got up and took off.
Yeah.
He said those hognose snakes will do the same thing, though. You'll yell at a hognose snake, and we have them up here. I've seen them up here. They're not very common, but they'll roll over on their back and play dead. And he did that one time in the yard too. He said this hognose snake was crawling across the yard. He went out there and yelled at it, and it just fucking. They roll over on their back and just leave their mouth open and just lay there like they're dead.
Yeah, it's almost as fun as those fainting goats.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew somebody that had a bunch of those. I never got to go out to their place and see them, but they were telling me how you'd go out there and sneak out there in the pens. At night they have them inside little stables,
Yeah.
And he said, you go out there real quiet, and they're all just kind of milling around. He says, and then you just let out a big "hey" and clap your hand. And he says, all you hear is thump, 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 thump. But there's a purpose for them. I don't know what their genetic defect is, but I've heard that shepherds would use them around their sheep. They'd have a goat or a herd of goats. They'd have them running around, and then when like a wolf or a coyote or a predator shows up and it startles the flock, well, the fainting goat falls over, and that's an easy meal. All the rest of them run off, and the fainting goat's the one that gets chewed on. They have some kind of neuromuscular disorder that when they get startled, like that adrenaline dump, they lay over, they fall over. Poor little bastard. Oh, Rusty bailed, huh?
Yeah.
Probably has to clean out a blowhole somewhere.
Yeah, it's a constant fucking challenge to keep those blowholes, crusty but not too crusty.
Yeah, you got to get them barnacles off of them early, or they'll build up.
Mm-hmm.
So where are you heading tonight?
Roundabout number 2. Right now, I'm driving through Joplin, Missouri. And I'm on my way to Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
So I've got about 1,000 miles or more on this trip. I'm just getting started on it, but I got to be there at 11 o'clock on Thursday.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to try to get 11 o'clock at night or in the morning?
Morning.
Oh, yeah. So you got to do a couple of 500 milers, huh?
Yeah. I'm going to drive down the way here a bit. And, there's
do a couple 4s and then a 200 in the morning?
Yeah,
Thursday
but I don't know if I should do the 200 now. Because it's already 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Or whether I should, haul ass tonight, do a 5, and then try and get all the way into, try and get to Kentucky tonight. And then drive the rest of the way into Charlotte tomorrow night, and then just park at their facility.
Yeah, have you delivered there before?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can park there?
Well, they've got a nice gate. You park right in front of the gate, and they'll let you in the morning when they get there.
Ah.
But they're not open during the weekend, so, and they don't have a second shift.
So you're going to be going through
Nashville.
Are you going to get into Kentucky and then go east, or?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna.
Are you going to try to go? You going to travel all the way across Kentucky? Is what I meant, east to west, or?
No, I'm gonna get into Kentucky and then hit Highway 25 and head down to Nashville and then catch Highway 40. Take 40 to where it splits off. Where it normally would go south, you gotta go northeast for a bit and then catch another road going south because 40's washed out from the hurricane still.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So you're either going to be driving all night or you're going to not be driving all night. Just haven't decided yet, huh?
Yeah, but I'm kind of parched, so my hands are not wet on the wheel. So.
Well, one good thing about being up in that part of the country, there's a Waffle House open, so you could go in there for some food or some fight, whichever. Sometimes you get both.
Or maybe you can just watch the waitresses kick somebody's ass.
Yeah.
You know, they're kind of ornery when they come out of prison.
Yeah. Hit you upside the head with a smoking hot steel spatula. Well, I'm gonna cut you, sucker.
You know, I have never had a bad experience in a Waffle House. I've seen some shit, but I've never, you know, they're always really fucking nice to me.
Yeah, I ate at that one at Joplin, and man, those people were super cool. That one right by the La Quinta and the other hotels.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there in Joplin. That was the one I ate at that morning, and when I was staying there, and they were nice, friendly people. Some of them, I went to one in Kentucky out of Paducah, and there was a couple of people in there that they might have served some time, but hey, I watched him make my food and he didn't spit in it, so that's all right.
What more do you want?
Yeah. And you know what you're going to get at a Waffle House because every one of them is exactly the same. They do everything the exact same, and so you know if you've been to one, you've been to most of them. You know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
But that's about the only time I'll ever eat grits in my life is I always order a side of grits at Waffle House. I don't know why. I just put a little bit of butter in there. Well, they cook it with margarine, I'm sure, but and then some salt and pepper.
No, they actually don't use margarine there. They use real butter.
Do they?
Yeah.
Well, that's good because I hate margarine. That shit's freaking industrial lubricant. It's not real food, people. You know, my grandma's 90. What was she? 95? She just turned 95. And she cooked with fucking Crisco shortening forever. She did have to have a quintuple bypass about 10 years ago at 85. But other than that, she's pretty damn healthy. But I'll remember her making hash browns like in a big cast iron pan, you know. But
Yeah.
she always had that fucking Crisco vegetable shortening. There ain't no fucking vegetable in that.
No, it's fucking hydrogenated corn oil.
Yeah. They do make a good candle. You can make a fucking candle out of a big can of Crisco, and it'll burn a long time. It's an emergency candle. If you have no power, yeah, you just cut the candle off so it'll go to the bottom of the can of grease, and then have the candle sticking up an inch or two above the top of it, or several candles. Light the candle, and that motherfucker will burn that freaking Crisco for a long time. I think they said it's what they call it, 100-hour candle.
Wow.
Probably smells like a Kentucky Fried Chicken in there when you get done.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason I would have a can of it in my house is for an emergency candle. Well, the dog's looking at me like she wants to play again, but when we got home, I threw the ball about 50 times. She had to run out and run back with it, and she was pooped. Did you eat your dinner? I don't know if she ate her food. She got fed too, so she's kind of happy.
Yeah. Well, when I was in the Navy, this is actually how I got my fucking nickname. My nickname was Cisco, right? But that wasn't the whole fucking nickname. And,
Okay.
well, Cisco rhymes with
Crisco.
No, the full name was Cisco the Crisco Cowboy.
Ah.
Right? but they would always just call me Cisco. I got fucking liquored up one night when we were down in fucking what's the name of that fucking island? Fucking, we got a base down there. It's actually it's fucking
Guam,
Alexandria Ocasio Cortez. Her family's
Puerto
from
Rico.
Puerto Rico, yeah. And I took this old gal home, and she had a waterbed, and she liked to fucking strip the sheets off the waterbed and put Crisco all over herself and me and get to wrestling. But it wasn't really wrestling.
It was wrestling.
Wrestling. And
Naked wrestling.
naked wrestling with Crisco on a fucking waterbed, right?
Oh God.
And and it was an interesting party, and my fucking buddies fucking came in trying to get me so we could leave, and they see this fucking shit going on, and ever since then I was Cisco the Crisco Cowboy.
Oh boy. we were at a strip joint, me and my buddy, and we took his old man to this strip joint, and it was a full nude juice bar strip joint, and they had oil wrestling one night.
Yeah.
And we're thinking, how's this gonna work? You know, whatever. And it was a king size waterbed mattress that had about 2 inches of water in it.
Right.
It wouldn't support wouldn't support their weight, but they had it like in a frame, but I think there was like pillows or something underneath of it, so it was kind of soft. And they had gallons of vegetable oil. And if you bought a program, they had these programs there or whatever, and you bought one and it had a number in it. And if your number got picked, you got to pour the oil on these girls. They'd get all greased up, and then they'd fucking wrestle. And everybody's sitting right next to this thing. So there's fucking oil flying everywhere. I ruined a sweatshirt. My jeans had fucking vegetable oil all over them because they'd be flopping around, and then one of them would have long hair, and they'd fucking flick their hair back. Well, shit, you're getting hit.
Right.
We go there, and I'll never forget this guy. You could tell this dude had money. He had some money. He was wearing a pair of anaconda skin boots. I remember looking at those boots and went, "Whoa, that's an anaconda skin." I thought those fuckers are expensive. Well, this guy must have been tailgating and partying before he got there, because he was lit up. And he gets to getting kind of touchy on the girls. He pours oil on them, and he reaches in there and he kind of copped a feel on one of them. Well, this bouncer comes out of nowhere. I still don't know where the hell this. It was like they had these secret entrances into this place where these guys could just come out of a wall. And he was about a 7-foot tall black guy. He said, "Sir, don't touch the girls." And the guy's like, "Oh, okay." Well, this guy was sitting there whooping and hollering, watching these girls, and he couldn't take it. Finally, he let out a war whoop, cry, and he fucking jumped on both of those girls into that that were oil wrestling. He jumped right in the middle of them. This bouncer, again, I still don't know where the hell he come out of. He come out and he grabbed that guy, and this guy was a pretty good-sized fellow, but this bouncer grabbed him by the back of the neck and then grabbed him by the belt and picked him up off the ground and says, "I told you not to touch the ladies." And he carried him out of the place by his fucking belt and the back of his neck. And I thought, holy crap. Everybody else was on their best behavior, because I think he probably opened the door up with his face and probably tuned him up a little bit out in the parking lot too. I seen 4 bouncers do that at a country bar. Some guy did something, and this bouncer ran up behind him and slapped him in the back of the head and knocked him forward, and his face landed on my buddy's cowboy boot. My buddy was sitting kind of kicked back in his chair, and he had his feet crossed, and the toes of his boots were up, and this guy's face landed right on the tip of his boot, like right under one of his eyes.
Oh.
And those 4 guys, and these were some big country boys. They got on, each grabbed a leg and each grabbed a foot or a hand or arm, and they ran out, and this place had some steel swinging doors, and they opened those steel doors with this guy's face and then threw him face first out into the parking lot, which was all gravel.
Yeah.
And said, "Don't come back in." I mean, that guy was left in a pile out there in the parking lot. I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah, I don't know what the hell he did, but he kind of was trying to make a break for it or trying to get out of the area. Like, he did something, and he turned around like, uh-oh, and he was kind of trying to skedaddle. And this guy ran up behind him, and the 3 boys behind him they were all at a dead run, and he smacked that guy in the back of the head and just about knocked him out. He was kind of rummy when they picked him up, and then one of them screamed, "Make way," and the fucking bar parted like the Red Sea, and they ran out and busted him with his face on those steel swinging doors and chucked him in the parking lot. Never saw him again.
Don't imagine you would.
And I had a neighbor that was a bouncer out at those bars because they were out at the state line, the Idaho-Washington line. And he was a bouncer at one time. He looked just like John Belushi. He was short, fat. He looked like you could take, his name was Roy, and you could look at him and you'd look at Belushi when Belushi was on Saturday Night Live, and it looked like they could be twin brothers. And Roy used to beat the fuck out of people, and he'd beat people up for money out there at those bars. He had one guy give him a couple $100 to bust this guy's leg. This guy was fucking this guy's wife, and the guy saw him at the bar, and he says, "That guy's fucking my wife. How much would it cost to bust his fucking leg?" And Roy goes, "$200." He paid him. Roy caught him in the parking lot and cracked him in the fucking kneecap with a pipe. I was like, damn. He goes, "Man, I needed money." Like, fuck, dude. And he was the nicest guy, too. That was what's crazy. He was married, had 2 little kids when I met him. This was after his days of bouncing. But yeah, married with a couple of kids. His wife had a real funny sense of humor. She locked him out of the house naked one time. They were out drinking on the back porch, I guess, naked as jaybirds. It was middle of the night. It was dark. And she locked him out of the house and turned the porch light on.
Oh, I'm way in the truck.
What's the cargo?
We haven't played the game yet.
Oh, we don't have enough people either. Gonna have to wait.
Yeah. What's the fucking trailer number? 7115.
Oh, Grinch says using Crisco is how Brandon met Hamster.
Oh, dude, when I got dressed to get out of there, fucking all of my clothes were just fucking sticking to me, right?
Oh, I bet. I'm surprised you didn't have a bunch of cats and dogs trying to follow you.
Oh, man. And it was, so whoever's trying to get in, wait a minute, I'm right in the middle of doing way in the truck. I'll let you in just a second. And I'm talking, there was nothing left of the imagination. Fucking that shit was fucking, all my fucking clothes were glued to me. because it was fucking hot, and nobody wanted to fucking sit with me in the fucking taxi.
I don't blame them.
And they made me fucking rinse, with fucking sand, and then wash myself down with a garden hose before they'd let me in the fucking transient fucking enlisted barracks to fucking sleep at night.
So you had to rub yourself down with sand to get the vegetable oil. So you took a sand shower, huh?
I took a sand bath, man. You ain't
Oh.
lived. You ain't lived until you've had a fucking Crisco fucking crack with fucking sand in it.
Was this girl a good-looking girl or was she? Did it look like two warthogs fucking wrestling?
Well, she wasn't fat, right? This was like 1989. She wasn't fat, but I couldn't tell you. She had decent tits, but what her face looked like, no clue. She had Pat Benatar hair.
Nice. Probably had the Pat Benatar bush too.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure nobody fucking shaved back then.
Yeah. I was thinking about when I was in high school for my freshman year. I think this gal was a year ahead of me, so she would have been a sophomore, and she had the rocker chick hair. And I said, "How many cans of hairspray do you use?" And she says, "Usually 2 or 3 a week." And I'm like, "Oh my God." And the bus picked us up it was either 7 o'clock or 7:30, and we were like the last stop. We were the first stop going home. We were the last stop picking up. So the bus was always full when we got on.
Right.
And I said, "What time do you get up in the morning to get ready for school?" And she said 4 o'clock.
Holy shit. That's
I
some
said, I said, it takes that long to put your hair like that. And she wore a ton of makeup. I mean, her face was painted on, literally looked like paint.
Right.
But yeah, she was dedicated.
Yeah.
Because she'd get up, take a shower, or I don't know, maybe she showered the night before or whatever, but she spent a couple hours on that fucking hair and makeup.
Well, you remember Tammy Faye Baker?
Oh yeah.
Well, I used to have a shirt, and because Tammy Faye was kind of short, and right about where her face would be, I had this fucking smeared makeup looking. It was a fucking screen printing shirt, and it said I ran into Tammy Faye at the mall on the back of it, and on the front of it, it was like a smeared face.
And those big fake eyelashes. Oh yeah. God. Oh, it's the Grinch.
I think Grinch wants to play the game.
Well, Grinch has been in the chat trolling.
And
has a serious question for Mouth of Gay Babe.
What's that?
When your ex-girlfriend left your clothes on the porch and went with the cook, was that your first case of monkey branching?
No. It was probably the second time. I didn't realize it the first time what it was, and the second time I was a little slow on the pickup. But yeah, you think about it now, and I'm like, yeah, she did do me a favor. See, I just going through a divorce. I had met her, and I was out of, no longer me and the ex-wife were no longer living together. We were going through a divorce. She had moved away to a place that is a U.S. territory, let's just say. Got pregnant by a service member over there, and then I was just waiting for the divorce to be final. And yeah, it was a weird deal, because I think about it now and I go, well, what did I do wrong? And then I realized what I did wrong. I was too nice of a guy. I treated her well. If I'd have treated her like shit, she probably would have been stuck to me like glue.
Because you couldn't cook.
All he could cook was steak.
Yeah, she got sick of fucking grilled meat.
Well, she was trying to get some raw meat, and all he could offer her was grilled meat.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Well, are you going to play the game,
Guys,
Mr.
you
Hemp?
guys got it. You guys got it all wrong. He was getting her filet mignon, and she wanted more fucking tube steak.
she wanted hot dog.
The ironic thing is she kind of had some difficulties with food. She was one of those ones that liked to not eat much. Her family didn't know about it. I was kind of the one that discovered that she was anorexic, because I'd take her out and take her out to dinner and she'd eat, but she always disappeared for a few minutes later. So I figured out what she was doing. So she got over that, though. Her parents put her through some kind of a program or something for eating disorders, and I think she finally came out of it. And then when she got married and had a kid, I think she finally come around. So,
Well, Grinch wants to play the game, so.
Is Hemi playing?
Hemi, you
Yeah,
want to
I'll
play?
play.
All right. It's not queer. It's not gay. What the fuck am I calling today? It's not gay. It's not queer. I might have hauled this before in my rear. All right. We're going to go Hemi, Ape, and then Grinch.
Is it edible?
No.
You're hauling rolls of paper.
No, I am not.
is it machinery?
No.
You're hauling containers of industrial lubricant.
No, I am not.
In honor of Mouth Agape Ape, is it made of wood?
No.
You're hauling PVC pegs.
No, I am not. And you can get pegged on your own, sir. Not on this show. Okay. It's time for a little hint, because you guys will never get this unless I give you hints. That's too fucking obvious. This is all the components you need for something that goes with the word, and I'm saying the word, fire. All right, Hemi, you're up.
Is it made of wood?
No.
You're hauling air. You're hauling an empty trailer.
No, I am not. I'm actually quite heavy.
Are these items individually packaged?
Are they individually packaged? No.
Yeah, self-contained. I was going to
Well, there's
say
boxes of. There's boxes
are
of
you
some
hauling
doodads.
fire extinguishers?
No, I am not. That's a good guess.
Is it made of metal?
Yes.
In honor of
All the
Mouth
different
and Gate
doodads are
Bay,
made of metal.
you're hauling large pumps.
No, I am not. No Peter's pumps here.
Well, you sure are honoring me a lot tonight. Thanks.
I never get
Anytime.
to see you much, Ape.
But he did
Okay.
honor you. He said large pumps.
Well, that's true. Are you going to give us another hint now?
No. You
Yeah.
should be able to get it. Hemi, you're up. If you don't get it this time around, I'll give you another one.
Oh, fuck. Are they individually packaged?
No, these are the components that make things.
Components that make things.
Yes, I can't be any more specific than that.
Okay. You're hauling burners.
No, I am not. Okay, Mr. Apeser.
You're hauling barbecue grills.
No, I am not. Fire is in the name. Remember that, guys.
Oh.
Okay. Want to ask a question?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
No, that was my fucking guess.
Yeah. Okay. Grinch, you're up.
Do these things work?
I hope so.
You're hauling fireworks.
No.
Hmm.
All right. They're used in construction. Construction of multi-unit dwellings and public buildings and fucking
I think
warehouses. Warehouses probably have them and stuff. Hemi, you're up.
Are these made for comfort?
No.
You're hauling boiler parts.
No. Fire is in the name. Okay. Mr. Apeser.
Are these made of small red metal plates?
No.
So they're not fire alarms?
Nope. All right, Mr. Grinch.
Does it contain electrical components?
No.
So it's not fire control system?
Nope.
Hmm.
All right, back to you, Mr. Hemi. Something with the name fire in it.
Is it Mediterranean?
No.
Oh, so you're not hauling Greek fire?
Nope.
Are these used
Okay.
as a protective barrier inside of a building under
Yeah.
construction?
Well, and permanently too. Yes.
Firewalls?
No. And Sergeant Grinch. That's very close. Very close.
Is it a fire machine?
No.
Hmm.
Are you going to ask a question or?
I have no clue what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking like a fire thrower,
Nope, not a flamethrower.
not a flamethrower. It has to be a
All
fire.
right. Now, the last word in this name was also the name of a popular band in the 1960s.
Hmm.
Mr. Hemi, you're up.
Ooh. Firebirds. You're hauling Firebirds.
No. Good guess, though. I am not.
Are you hauling fire zeppelins?
Well, that's what happened to them all.
No, I am not.
Well, in honor of Grinch, I'll just let him ask the next question.
Are they from L.A.? The band?
I don't know where these guys came from.
Fire
I know that-
doors.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, they were from L.A. They were a bunch of college kids from UCLA.
Fire
Jim
what?
Morrison and all them.
Fire doors?
Doors,
Yep, fire
yeah.
doors.
Ah, fire doors.
I
Come
have
on,
the
baby, like my fire doors.
I have all the components to make fire doors.
But wouldn't they need
Congratulations,
flood doors in North Carolina instead?
Well, what they do is the stamping factory is there in Kansas, and they take them down to fucking North Carolina to be assembled.
I can tell the steroids that kicked in. I can't stop eating.
Because it's all stamped sheet metal and stuff, except for the frames, which are stamped sheet metal that's been welded.
I was just trying to think of bands from the frickin' 60s that I know.
Yeah.
Yep. As soon as you said that, I knew exactly what it was. Thank you, Abe. Yep.
Well, it's not queer. It's not gay. Grinch got given the win today. It's not gay. It's not queer. Ape helped Grinch figure out what was in my rear.
Uh-oh. Is it truck stop time? You gonna quit?
No. I'm gonna get some fuel, and I'm gonna get some coffee. And Sam's telling me he's hungry.
You might get some towelettes so your hands will be wet on the wheel.
Yeah.
And some moist towelettes.
Roller dog for Sam?
Roller dog for Sam.
He's a good boy.
He is. I stopped, and as soon as I stopped, he fucking hands me his fucking. He's like, "Play, it's playtime. You shouldn't be driving now."
I just bought my dog a new one of those 3 days ago, and the head of it is torn apart, and there's white cotton balls all over the part of the room. And that is the fourth or fifth one of those. She loves those things, but God, she's murder on them.
Yeah, she's a lot more destructive than Sam.
Oh, she had that thing ripped up in 3 days. I gave it to her in the truck. I picked one up at Wally World, gave it to her, and she had half of it chewed by the time we got home. No. Oh, I got to get going, boys. I'm going to be going to bed here in about a half hour. So.
All righty.
Good night, Abe.
Good night, Grinch. Good night, Hammy. We'll talk to you guys later. Good night,
Bye.
everybody in the chat.
Good night, Abe.
Night, Abe.
Then there were two. Did you take a double hit at 840 there, Mr. Hammy?
No. Should have.
Yeah. I always hope you take at least one for me.
Oh yeah, one for you and all my peeps.
Nice.
Got you all covered.
That's why you need 2 pounds a month.
Yeah.
Do you watch
That's
One
fun.
Fast Dax channel? All the shorts he does?
Yeah.
Oh, they're awesome. Oh, man. Those motors are insane. That Mazda he put out yesterday was awesome. That rotary engine could put out so much power when you link multiple chambers together. And now that they finally figured out if they use titanium wipers instead of what they were using, it lasts longer. Those engines are making insane power.
Yeah, oil control was always the issue with the rotary.
Yeah. If you remember back a couple weeks ago, I had asked you what you thought about the 2025 M2s.
Yeah.
I seen one online that was a nice dark blue with the carbon fiber roof and hood.
Yeah.
Oh man, that saves 950 pounds on the way to the car.
The ultimate driver's machine.
But everybody I know that like BMW, they all tell me the same thing. Lease them, don't buy them.
Yeah, they're something you don't want long term. They hit that point where they start to cost you a lot of money to keep them.
Well, if you get the carbon brake pads, the brake change is like $12,000.
Yeah.
So if you lease it and you get get that covered in the 36,000 mile package.
Yeah, but like a lease, you've got to return it in perfect condition. So if it needs brakes to return it, you'll pay for them one way or the other.
Well, as long as
You
you
know.
keep it under 36,000 miles, it's covered under warranty.
Oh.
One rotor's change. So, well, like my F-150 is a year and a half old. I got 9,500 miles on it. I don't go nowhere except at a hospital anymore.
Short trips.
Yeah. So, I'm supposed to have 18,000 miles on this thing. I only got half of what I'm supposed to have on it. But in order to get the price where I wanted it, I took the 12,000 mile lease, and unless I start going somewhere soon and putting miles on it, there's no way I'm even going to hit 20, and then I'm going to be 16,000 miles short in the bank wins on that lease. You can't buy it out because I got such a good price of it when I bought it that it's the book value is, to purchase it after I leased it for 3 years, I might as well have just bought the top of the line truck. Yep.
And you kept the Armada too, right?
Well, I actually bought that one. So I plan on keeping that one for, hopefully 10 years. But we'll see how long it, we've had that 2 months shy of a year and a half, and I got 9,500 miles on that. No, I'm sorry, I got 10,000 on that. Yeah. So we're going to start using the truck more and putting all the miles on that because we own the Armada. Because that 350 with that 8-speed transmission, I should get 200,000 miles out of that without even thinking about it. And if you're only putting 6,000 miles a year on a vehicle, 6 to 7, shit, that should be a 10, 15-year vehicle by the time I'm done with it. But by then we'll be in space cars, or we won't have any cars at all. So President Trump signed an executive order ordering the EPA to rewrite the law to get rid of the DEF and all that other crap that goes into diesel fuel and all kinds of stuff, and get rid of the CAFE standards that they were, where everybody had to be into electric cars by 2035 and all this stuff. So we're just waiting on the law to be rewritten. And when that happens, the truckers win. They don't have to buy that damn goat piss anymore to put in the tank. Yep. They were just shy of 1,000 arrests today for deportation. Not too bad.
Yeah, he makes some big moves since he's been elected or inaugurated. Come. Come on.
Yeah. Trump canceled all those programs that were helping single mothers pay their student loans back. Yep, he canceled all that. He's like, no, you got to pay. So some judge put an injunction on that today. Crazy shit.
Well, maybe this time he'll actually be serious when he says he's going to drain the swamp.
A little hard to drain a swamp when you're fighting impeachment every day. He doesn't have
Just
to
pardon
worry
yourself.
about this shit.
Didn't Sleepy Joe show you how it's done?
Well, the question I have is if the Department of Justice found that he was not mentally capable of standing trial, how is he mentally capable of signing for pardons?
Good question.
And if you did nothing wrong, why would you accept the pardon?
Who said they did nothing?
Now that you accepted the pardon and cannot be prosecuted for it, you cannot take the Fifth Amendment when you're called in and you have to testify about what you did. Oops. I love it.
I love them playing all these sound clips of Joe saying he wouldn't pardon this, he wouldn't do preemptive pardons, and load of hogwash.
And last Friday, Joe Biden joined the Prince Hall Masons.
Oh, I'm surprised he wasn't already a Mason.
No. Mm-mm. We weren't going to accept him, but he joined the Black Masons.
Isn't every president fucking Mason?
Who?
Isn't every president been a Mason?
He's the 16th president out of 47.
Wow.
So a third of them. Most of them were all in the 17 and 1800s. You know, from Washington up into
Right.
Harding. And then, what's his name? FDR was one. Truman was one. It's ridiculous. Ford was a Mason.
What's Big Zeke doing?
He's dreaming. His paws are kicking and he's woofing. And I'm having some cool ranch Doritos. Yeah, the steroids are kicking in. I'm hungry as shit. I ate ice cream and salami, and now I'm eating Doritos.
The side effect, they make you hungry.
Yeah. Because chemo makes you not want to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So they give you steroids to make you eat. So you go on this binge and you eat. Hmm. RO says he got an underground gas leak.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, at the school. No school tomorrow.
Kids' school was canceled today due to snow. And the big kids are on exam break, so they wrote their exams. Now they have the rest of the week off.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
My grandkids went up to Maine and were skiing over the weekend, their first ski trip.
Right on.
Now they're back in South Florida and it's 75 degrees. That's horrible, isn't it?
You can ski in Florida these days.
Yeah, I heard that. Tallahassee got 7 inches. Mm-hmm. Mr. Zeke must not like Cool Ranch Doritos. He's not over here begging.
Smart dog. Zeke don't eat that goy slop.
He loves imported salami, though. Holy shit. That boy loves his salami. Well, he likes his turkey breast and roast beef and Swiss cheese and provolone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dog.
He likes the good
He
stuff.
loves it all.
He likes frozen blueberries, frozen pineapple. He likes peaches.
Oh.
Yeah. I made flank steak for my son's and Pappy's birthday on Sunday, and he got some. He was happy.
Hell yeah.
Met my son's new girlfriend. She seems nice.
They all do until they aren't.
Yep. She's a psychologist for the VA, for the Veterans Administration.
Okay.
She helps people with their sleep studies and PTSD. Nice Irish girl. Her sister is a Marine. Her family were all military.
She's from Ireland? Or
No.
family? Roots?
Yeah, the family roots are from Ireland. So she's
Okay.
got the redhead with the green eyes and all that stuff.
Northern Ireland?
I didn't ask. But she's from California, and my oldest son was born in California. So she's doing her fellowship right now. Is that the last one before you get your PhD? She already did her thesis, turned it in, and all that stuff. So by the end, by June, she'll have her doctorate, and she won't have to worry about it no more.
Right on.
So she's probably making 140, 150 a year from the VA.
Yeah.
Good for her.
It's not a low-paying gig, that's for sure.
No. That's actually a smart gig because you get your government pay. So when you retire, you get your government pension, if Social Security still exists, and you have your own private 401k.
Only problem with the psychologist girlfriend, she's always trying to fucking analyze you, though.
They all do that anyways. Jinx.
So.
All right. We got coffee. We got iced tea. We got roller dog for Sammy.
Tobacco?
Oh, I got plenty of that.
We're good to go.
Good to go.
Oro, I don't know what he earns, but I would say it's in the six figures. Oro said if your son doesn't earn the same or more, she'll dump him.
He's not wrong. These guys are gonna plug up the exit. Okay, we'll go the long way.
Well, you did start in Nebraska, right?
I can't believe it. There's still parking spots here.
When you give Sam the roller dog, do you give him to him whole or do you cut it up?
I cut it up.
Okay.
My little prince gets his meals served in bite-sized pieces so he doesn't fucking choke on them as he inhales them.
Yeah. We put this rubber, looks like a turbine in the Zeke's bowl, and it slows down how much they can eat at a time. Or because he would eat everything in one gulp if he could.
Yeah. Hey, looks like the road pirates got him somebody.
Truck or car?
Car. And away we go.
Did you see that video of Trump in LA talking to the mayor and Gavin Newsom, the governor of California?
Yeah, and the congressman too. Yeah.
Yeah. When he told. Go ahead.
He put them in their fucking place. It's like, you guys fucked up. You know, you drove the insurance companies out of here. Now you, and also the biggest one was like, FEMA's not going to do everything. You need to let these people back into their houses so they can rebuild.
I liked when he told the mayor she was incompetent. That was the cause of the fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your incompetence caused it. Well, that's the truth.
It's true.
You got to keep that scrub brush cleaned up when you live in a desert.
You got to have fucking water. Trump
turned the
sent,
water on today.
yeah, sent the fucking army in. Turn the water on.
But they live next to the biggest puddle in the world. How can you not have water? A couple desalinization plants and you're in business.
You don't even need desalinization plants
Yeah,
to
for
fucking
putting out
put out.
fire. Fire don't care if it's salty.
Well, if you build 2 desalinization plants for the infrastructure and drinking water, the Israelis have figured out this pump that have these arms with a buoy at the end of them that stick out into the Mediterranean Sea. And every time it hits a wave, it goes up and down and it generates electricity that they don't have to pay for anything.
Well, they have the ones that was actually invented by the Scottish, but yeah.
Yeah, a third of Israel gets their power from those desalinization / energy plants. Well, why can't California do that? Oh, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to build in California. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm glad I left in 1990 and never looked back. Shithole. Besides, I don't speak Spanish. I took German when I was in high school. Now at 60, I can't speak German either.
It's almost like you wasted your time just to graduate.
Yeah. You had to take a foreign language, so that's the one I took, because I knew I didn't want to take French. I didn't want to talk through my nose all day.
Yeah, you just talk out your ass.
Well, they call that English.
Okay. And I saw some news story about the mayor of Pittsburgh doing something stupid. I can't remember what it was.
Well, he's all upset because Trump is going after these illegals, and the city of Pittsburgh's been harboring thousands of them. And they're afraid that they're going to go into these churches and nonprofits that are housing and taking care of people on taxpayer dollars.
Well, they should.
Yeah, I agree. For the amount of money we've been spending on illegals and non-citizens and giving to countries across the world every year, we all should be living in 5,000 square foot homes with 6 bedrooms, and everybody gets to go to the college of their choice for free. Free health care, everything. That's how much money we've we spent $33 trillion in poverty, and that's what we bought, $33 trillion worth of poverty. It's insane. Speaking of Gavin Newsom, they unveiled what they want to do with LA and turn it all into high-rise apartments, kind of like all those dystopian future movies you see.
Yeah, I put up a post about that today too.
I didn't get a notification of that. I'll have to go look on the community tab.
Hell, I thought you left a comment.
I did on one. I didn't realize you did more than one.
Yeah, I put something in there like Nero burned Rome so he could fucking build his fucking circus. You know, he wanted to put in these fucking places to have entertainments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they built the Colosseum first, and then they built the Circus of Rome and a couple of other different places. The Circus of Rome was fucking huge.
Yes,
Much bigger than the fucking Colosseum. And he needed open land to put it on, and he wanted it inside the city walls, so he burned the fucking city. And him and his cronies made out like bandits because most everybody, the plebs, lived in these fucking 5-story tall apartment buildings, right?
Mm-hmm. Funny how dictators all end up acting the same.
Yep. And now they're going through and they're fucking changing the zoning laws. The single-family homes are getting fucking the neighborhoods that were zoned for single family are all fucking relaxing the zoning standards, and they're going to be ruined. Much more so than
There's a plot of
fire.
land near me that was purchased. It's a multi-acre space, and the only reason why they haven't completed it yet is because of the cost of money right now, the inflation rate.
Yeah.
But they intend on putting 200 apartments in there.
Right.
So even if when you live in the apartment, you have to pay local taxes. So these are going to be upscale apartments. So the rent's probably going to be $1,800, $2,000 a month. So these are probably going to be people that make a decent salary, but just even if it's say they're average people making $50,000 a year, that's still $100,000 in tax revenue to the township.
Yeah. Well, whatever the if you've got fucking Democrats in charge, they love to put in these what they call multi-use fucking apartment buildings, right? Where they'll have some store or something, or a bunch of little stores, and then they'll have a bunch of subsidized housing that everybody who pays rent has to pay for, as well as the taxpayers throw them a bone every month too.
When I was still working, I went to a couple of the planning meetings for this because I wanted to talk to the designer and the owner before the final plans to make sure that they were going to have enough cluster boxes and parcel lockers for the delivery of mail for them and have the right size.
Right.
Because I'm not sending my carrier to 200. And the designer said, all the years I've been designing these type of communities, you're the first postmaster that ever got involved with it. And I said, well, I care about, I live in the community and I care about it. And I just want to make sure that my employees are able to deliver as quickly as possible. that's the 200 still going to take her probably an hour to do all that. But it has a community. Unless the plans have changed, it has a community house that you can rent out for parties, and it's going to have a community pool and 200 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments in some combination of them per building. Covered parking, just under a roof. That's it. And it looks like it's going to be a really nice community.
Right.
Their target is people who live, that are business people or, young singles, 25 to 35 and stuff, that group. And I want to see it succeed because that people like that, if they're making 85,000, well, it's $170,000 a year in tax revenue to the township. I can get some services with that. That's a couple more guys on the city work crew, and yeah. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll run for the township board. But I'm such an asshole. I don't know. Yeah, 1%'s not bad to pay to your locality. That's not bad at all. But hopefully that'll be going the way of the dodo.
Yeah.
I always knew that constitutionally that tariffs and sales taxes were the only two forms of taxes authorized by the Constitution. But I never realized how wealthy we were in the end of the 19th century because of tariffs. That's insane.
Well, who was it that had to borrow money to keep the government running the first time? And one of the robber barons, the guy that owned U.S. Steel, fucking bailed out the U.S. government.
Oh, Carnegie.
Yeah.
Would that have been FDR, or would
No. It was
would
way
that be
before
Worrell
him.
Harding? It's before that?
It was right there at the end of the 19th century.
I do not know. Would that be Grover Cleveland?
Might have been.
Taft?
Might have been any of those guys. I don't know.
Let me see. Google. What, like 1880 to 1910?
Yeah, sometime in that. You could Google which robber baron bailed out the United States government.
So that would have been Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, and Taft.
I know it wasn't Roosevelt.
All right, so let's try the other way.
Yeah, Google who bailed out the U.S. Which robber baron bailed out the U.S. government.
J.P. Morgan.
Oh, it was Morgan? Okay.
Bailed out the U.S. government multiple times. Morgan's actions helped stabilize the markets and led to the creation of the Federal Reserve. He was the leading banker of his time. He twice rescued the United States from financial ruin. That's funny. In 1907, he bailed out Wall Street. Interesting. Well, he couldn't have been that good of a guy. He left
Well,
us.
he wasn't a good guy.
No, he screwed the. He did what needed to be done at the time, and we're paying for it 100 years later. Mm-hmm. Cyber toxins in the chat.
Hey,
Megatron's
Cyber.
in the trap. Hemi go to sleep on us.
Maybe. He might be in a different stream looking at like Chaos playing video games or other things too. Oh, you're still here? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just working.
What are you working on tonight?
I'm still doing that kitchen remodel.
Today was the first time I took myself to the hospital and drove home by myself. That was different.
Oh, did you do chemo today?
Yeah. I had my spinal at 10 o'clock. Then I did the two other chemos after that. Those are IV chemos. So I left at 2:30. Got there at 7 in the morning. Yeah. But
Well,
they
you don't
usually,
sound completely wiped out today.
I took at 5 o'clock. I took my steroids.
Okay.
The first 5 days of the cycle. Today is day one of the 28-day cycle, and I took 2 steroids at 5 p.m. So I'm just flying right along.
So in 28 days, you get all moody and start bleeding.
Hmm. It, that's a good question. Well, I get moody. I just don't bleed. That is the one thing. You being on steroids, one minute you're feeling real good, the next minute you hit rock bottom. Then you take the next set of pills and you're feeling real good. Then you hit, you know, and then when you get off them after 5 days, you're tired for about a week as it's getting out of your system. They're like the ultimate sugar high. I bought a 1 pound bag of Swedish fish today. Hope I don't eat them all in one sitting.
You can have them. But I eat stuff that people don't like too. I like black licorice.
Riggs is here, and he farted in Hemi's room. Oh, our Vero said that Riggs is responsible for the gas leak at RO's son's school. When Outlaw was in the chat earlier, first thing Ian Blaze asked him was what's he wearing?
RO, somebody's moving in on your girl, RO.
Mm. Wow. Riggs said black licorice is good shit, and RO said, "What the hell?"
Yeah, RO's more into the BBC. What's up there, Cybertox?
What's going on, fellas?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Oh, it's just a night drive.
Well, I was gonna text you, and I realized you were streaming, so I figured I'd just come up and tell you that I've not heard any feedback from our misogynist stream.
Yeah, not very many people have watched that. I'm surprised.
I did. I enjoyed it very much.
Emmy watched it too.
Well, it wasn't even an hour long, so.
But as quickly as you went through the information, I agreed with everything that you guys were discussing. So, you know,
usually in shorter format like that, whoever is watching it watches the whole thing.
I was a couple minutes late, but I was watching a video of Biden, how Biden excommunicated himself from the Catholic Church. Yep, he self-excommunicated
How'd he do that?
because he became a Freemason on last Friday.
Oh, you
Well,
can't be both, huh?
Nope.
he should have got excommunicated for his abortion stance.
I agree.
At
Yeah, up
least
until Go
denied
ahead.
communion.
Yeah, I never realized I wasn't allowed to take communion.
Well,
So for years I was taking it. I only got one more year anyways. After 30 years of service, I'm going to resign. That's my goal.
and so don't let him talk you into being the Knights of Columbus now.
No, I have never had a desire to be a member of the Knights of Columbus, because all that was the Catholic Church trying to make a fraternity like the Freemasons.
He's going to be a Shriner because he wants to ride around one of those little cars.
No, he wants to be around all the kids at the hospital. He'll be able to sniff hair for days.
Well, I could give a fuck what Joe Biden does. He's gone. He's out. He'll never be back. He is the ultimate Mr. Irrelevant now. He doesn't even have the energy to fucking do good deeds like Jimmy Carter did.
Was there
Might
any
as well
men?
live in the lap of luxury with all the money he stole.
Was there any mention of what body or order?
Yes. He joined the Prince Hall Masons.
Okay.
Do you know who they are?
Not specifically, but I was asking so I could look into it.
Yeah,
Prince
they
Hall
wear the
was
raspberry beret.
was an 18th century black man. He was a slave that was freed, that started the black fraternity of Freemasonry. So they're known as the Prince Hall Masons. And so that's the order that Joe Biden joined. He didn't join the Scottish Rite or the York Rite. He joined the Prince Hall.
As an initiate?
Well, he got all three of his degrees in one day. He is a Master Mason now.
Interesting.
Yes, he's a Master Mason. And the minute he became a Freemason as an entered apprentice, he self-excommunicated from the Catholic Church at that minute. I didn't know any of this when I joined way back in the 30 years ago. And that's why when I researched it and realized just what the stance of the Catholic Church was, I've been having a crisis of conscience about it for the last couple years, deciding what I'm going to do, because the members of my lodge, that's a lot. That's my friends. That's the guys that I hang out with, go to each other's homes, do things with.
How can you be a master mason if you've never laid a brick in your life?
Oh, I'm sure a lot of the starfishes he laid were bricks.
Well, guys that live in the desert can still masturbate.
So old Sleepy Joe got his black card, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, that's essentially what happened. And if you were the Prince Hall, even with a bum like Joe, you still got a president of the United States in your lodge. You know, that's for whatever it's worth.
Warm
he-
bucket of spit.
That would kind of explain the rubber stamping process. Because I was starting to wonder, you know, since you told me that he was just given everything all at once, you know, given title of Master Mason all at once, wondering if he was, like, you know, setting things up ahead of time, was already
Maybe.
going through all their steps or whatever they do, and it was just made public all at once.
His degrees were overseen by the Grand Master of the Prince Hall Masons there in D.C. And apparently a normal Prince Hall Mason, when you become an entered apprentice Mason, you have to learn the whole entire degree and then confer the degree in front of a board for accuracy. So you're talking probably 4,500 to 5,000 words memorized for the entered apprentice Mason. And then you would receive your fellow craft Mason degree, and that's about the same number of words memorized. And then when you get done with that, you receive your Master Mason, but you don't get your proficiency card until you go in front of the board. But because the Grand Master has the authority to make a person a Mason on site, and the Grand Master has to be there, that's what he did. So Joe was able to get all three at one time because the Grand Master gave him that honor, which that rarely ever happens. That is reserved for people who are going off to war. You know, your dad, your grandfather, your uncles are all members of the lodge, and you're the 18-year-old kid getting ready to be deployed and go out of the country. You know, I've never seen it done in one day. It's horrible. Because you don't learn anything because there's so... I mean, if somebody throws 20,000 words at you, what the hell are you going to remember?
Well, he ain't gonna remember shit.
Yeah.
I doubt he remembers he's a Mason next week.
Exactly.
He'll never be back. If he moves to Delaware, he'll never be back. I bet you he's in a nursing home by the end of the year. Joe's going to start putting shit in his tea. He's useless to her now.
That's right.
Well, he'll still get to parties. That's what she likes.
She's like one of those moms that push their kids through beauty pageants.
Hey, did you hear the rumor about Obama?
Yeah, that he's
With
getting
fucking Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's manly looking enough.
Man. Never pictured her as a coal burner.
She's got that strong jawline.
But I guess when you're in your mid-50s and you're alone, you just grab onto the first life raft thrown to you, right?
She denies it.
Just like every other conspiracy theory, in 3 months becomes reality.
Hey, did you see those pictures of cackling Hillary Clinton laughing at Trump's speech with all the things he was going to do, and now he's done them? She's laughing at like he's never going to do this shit. Maybe she should get arrested and deported. There was an Army 4-star general got fired today.
Uh-oh.
Yep. It's starting. Yep, all them. So DEI has been changed from didn't earn it to Donald ended it. So everybody's getting DEI'd all over the federal government. He offered all those buyouts to federal employees. Most of them are going to take it.
Heard he's also offering back all those military jobs, those guys that quit because of the mandate. Offering them back pay.
We lost a lot of technical skill. Those were all high-level guys.
We lost a lot of everything, yeah.
So there was a lieutenant colonel from the Air Force that got let go for DEI reasons. And Trump put him on Hegseth's team to get rid of DEI in the Air Force. So all them generals that fired him, he's now in charge of them. They made him an undersecretary of defense.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. I love it.
I can't wait to see what happens when he sets his sights on the fucking Department of Education. That's when the real screaming and gnashing of teeth is going to happen.
You mean the Department of Will Never Be Again? He's going to get rid of it.
Yeah, he better. But he's got to get a fucking Secretary of Ed to oversee its fucking dismantling.
He wants to get rid of FEMA as an entity and allow the states to do their own preparation because they do much better than the government, the federal government does. And the money for the fires that Biden offered to give to California, Trump said that he's only going to give it to them under the condition that the money has a special master that doles out the money and not the California government. I love it.
He was also saying something about they got to have voter ID.
Mm-hmm.
You got to put that in.
And that he wants all the states to go back to one-day voting with voter ID.
That's going to make a big difference in the midterms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have election day, not election 60 days. They're still looking for Kamala's 20 million votes, by the way.
What about that $20 million of debt she racked up?
Yeah, all those celebrity endorsements were bought and paid for.
She gave Beyonce 10 million.
Nobody really gave a fuck about Kamala. She had to pay people to fucking endorse her.
I love it.
Can you guys see what California is actually looking at come midterms and for the future elections? They don't have the extra, or they're not going to have as many extra seats, for getting rid of the illegals.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to reduce the amount of points that California is worth in the Electoral College. It's also going to affect the local elections to a great degree. And to top it all off, there's a lot of people who used to vote Democrat that even though they might not be voting Republican, they're not going to be voting Democrat. And a lot of attitudes have changed regarding the Democratic Party.
Yeah, this fire was a wake-up call.
They're losing their super delegates. People are seeing where this national debt is coming from. All kinds of stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with power or authority in the federal government, but from the people's perspective.
RO has a great comment on Biden. If you didn't vote for Biden for Master Mason, you ain't black. Oh, that's good. Well, California is at least 50, the counties are at least 50-50 red and blue right now. I can't imagine what it's going to be in 26.
Well, they've had a stranglehold on the state for a long time.
Almost 40 years.
Started with Jerry Brown in the 70s.
They had that Republican for a while. What was his name? Reardon?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he was a fucking rhino.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he governs the same as Mitch McConnell.
Yep, they're starting to lose their stranglehold in Chicago and New York as well.
Detroit? I couldn't believe it. They almost won the city of Detroit, Trump. Crazy.
Well, let's see how it goes after the honeymoon's over. He's putting a lot of executive orders out, but they've just begun to fucking oppose him.
Yeah, I've never really liked all that executive order war stuff anyway. We need Congress to do their jobs instead of deferring.
Well, they're too busy trying to make money for themselves to worry about the country. I didn't know Ted Cruz had his own podcast. Did you?
Nope. I never knew that.
Mm-hmm. And then that old flea bag, Jesse Ventura, was up talking shit again. That dude's as nuts as a $7 bill.
Yeah, he'll never be Randy Macho Man Savage.
Oh, yeah.
Randy Cocaine Savage.
Did you know that Andre the Giant hated the Macho Man? Every chance he got in the back changing rooms, he would throw him around. I told you about that baby oil. No baby oil.
This guy driving the ambulance is a dick. He fucking brake checked that other guy.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I was looking at the chat, making sure nobody added anything.
Well, the guy flashes brights at him because he sort of cut in, the ambulance cut in a little close in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And so instead of fucking just blowing it off, and he fucking brake checked him with an ambulance. That's not very professional.
Allegedly, that's what the half-red brick is for. Yep. So I ate for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Holy shit. I'm going to be 200 pounds by the end of this week. Holy shit. Be right back. I got to put the food in the cupboard.
Yeah, I've heard some feedback, but not a lot on our show. What I have heard from a couple of different folks, though, is that they want us to do a part 2.
Okay. we go a little deeper into 1 Corinthians chapter 7.
Yeah. There's a lot there.
The body of Christ, the hierarchy that got established.
And as I was doing my research, thinking about it, number two, the second part of this, this lady who was Biden's fucking he put her in charge of. No, she wasn't Biden. She was Kamala Harris's campaign theologian. She has a website that is trying to use the Bible to argue that women were called by God to teach men and hold authorities over men.
What?
Where?
Yeah.
What kind of scripture did she use?
Oh,
None?
nah, she's pulling some fucking random shit out, where, I'll send you the links. It's hard to explain. Plus, I don't want to spoil it in case we ever want to do that for a stream.
Understood. Well, you got to let me know when I need to be ready for the Judgment Day discussion.
We don't know that. So I absolutely refuse to cherry pick any of the scriptures.
RO gave you a Hawk Tua.
Thank you. Spit on that thing.
RO said, I'll be right back. I got to put away this almost empty bag of Doritos. There was an article on the Hawk Tua girl today talking about her 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, now she's going to jail. Fucking security fraud.
People will buy just about anything.
Why would you fucking take investment advice from somebody who only is famous for talking about sucking dick?
Because $20 is $20.
I guess so. We'd have to ask Saunders, mate. That sounds like something he'd do. Eats a bag of dicks.
Wow. I still haven't.
The whole bag.
I think I was on Saunders' stream once.
Oh, he's hilarious. I love Saunders.
Well, he's too. He's on too late for me.
Yeah.
I've been watching that guy Raymond out of Ohio.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's kind of interesting. And Gone with John, I really like his stuff. He a lot of positivity off of his streams. That's why I like your stream. It's always positive, even when we're talking about negative shit. It's still positive. Always looking for the good.
Try. Not always successful, but we try.
But that's the key to success is finding the positive in the situation.
I like Raymond's dad. He's been on here a few times too. One time he
I
got
haven't
on,
seen
but I had really bad connection.
Mm-hmm.
He's like Freedom Forge,
I don't know who that is.
something like that. Yeah, that's Raymond's dad.
Raymond is big on not drinking and not buying into the materialism.
Yep. I like that about him.
Yep, it makes sense. So I guess I'll never ask him what he thinks of a BMW M2.
I wonder if
Yeah,
Kamala's spiritual advisor was talking about Isaiah chapter 3. Isaiah chapter 3 verse 12. There's a phrase says, and woman shall rule over them. But starting in verse 8, it says, for Jerusalem is ruined, and Judah is fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against the Lord, to provoke the eyes of his glory. The show of their countenance doth witness against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom, they hide it not. Woe unto their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves. Say ye to the righteous that it shall be well with them, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hand shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths. That
that's
verse
just
right
a
there
little. That's a little foreboding.
Well, once you put it in context, that you really don't want that to happen then.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if she even knows about this passage.
I'm sure she does.
Is she going to talk about how God put women here to teach men, to lead men, to be in charge in any kind of way? This is a warning against that.
I guess that bishop that was criticizing Trump got her ass kicked.
Oh, 6 ways from Sunday.
We were watching the Carter funeral in D.C., and when the female bishop met the body at the cathedral, I said, well, that makes this null and void. We spent all this money to take care of Carter, and they get a female bishop. Well, the one guy I watch, I'm trying to think of his channel's name, shows a lot of these female ministers and bishops in their homilies. Talk about nonsensical and against the word of God. It's horrible. And people flock to these churches. Why? Why?
I don't know. And my parents are in that group. They're Methodists now, and the Methodist church they go to embraces all that stuff. And they've got. I went to one service there, and they've got women sitting up on the stage and preaching as well as men. But it's a mega church,
Mm-hmm.
and they must have had 6 collections during the service.
Mm.
Woo! We're too heavy to take that corner at full speed.
My parents on the weekends will watch Joel Osteen. And I just asked my mom and dad, you understand that this guy is a 100% grifter, right? You know he's a crook.
Well, all
God
you have to
does.
do is look at how he treated people during the hurricane in Houston.
I brought that up because he didn't want to ruin his rug. But we like his message. And I said, you won't find that message in the Bible.
You guys remember in 2020 when Trump stood in front of St. John's Parish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marianne Buddy had something to say about that. Back in 2020, she was trying to scold him as well, saying he was abusing his power and inflaming racial tensions, causing division. You know, same narrative that came from, you know, people like Gretchen Whitmer and the typical lineup of virtue signaling sycophants. She was there. Yeah, she was there with them.
Satanists, communists, same thing.
Amen. You know, I find it refreshing to hear a president of the United States trying to invoke the blessings of God on our people and telling us
Amen.
that we have walked away from God and we need him. We won't survive without him. That's such a simple message. I mean, you think about it, the first 7 or 8 presidents of the United States wrote vigorously and talked vigorously how this country's fate is tied in with our belief in God. I like it when you hear the communists tell us that this nation was not founded on Judeo-Christian values. Like, have you read the documents, you idiot? Yeah.
We are endowed by our Creator certain inalienable rights. You know, it's in the fucking Declaration of Independence.
Yes.
You can't get much more founding document than that.
Well, that's because the Department of Education has taken God out of school and civics out of school. Civics needs to be taught. If you don't know how the government works, you'll vote for anything. Because our kids don't know the rules of the game. What is it? The 16th Amendment is the one that changed how senators got appointed. They went from being appointed by state legislatures to being voted upon. And that since then, it's been nothing but a mess. You end up with 50-year senators. Bullshit. Restore that back to being appointed by the governor and consented by the state senates. That way, them assholes will be out every 6 years. You won't have long-term. And then they're more of an employee of the state that they come from than the federal government.
Sounds good to me.
I do like Trump's proposal to start moving some of the headquarters of these government agencies outside of DC and into the areas where they actually are working. Like move the, FDA out of DC. Move the Farm Bureau, for example, out into the Midwest and away from DC. Let them live where the stuff is being manufactured or grown, and you will see a change of attitude by the people being there. They won't be able to so quickly run to the senator or the congressman's office to bitch, moan, and complain. What's going on in the chat? RO said Methodists love their female pastors.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't go to any church that had a female pastor. I would just get up and walk away. I mean, literally, I would get up out of my pew as soon as she sat down, and I would walk right out the front door, right up the middle section. Sorry.
Well, out of respect for my parents, I didn't leave. But I will not go back to their church.
My
mom asked me to come to church with them when I was home for Christmas break, and I said absolutely not.
I'm sure they understand why.
Yeah, I don't go off on them about it, but respect your mother and father. That's part. That's one thing we've got to do, right?
I haven't been to church with my parents. Oh shit! Since the late 90s, when my nieces were altar girls and were getting their communions and their baptisms and all that stuff, all their sacraments.
Yeah.
The one year for Christmas, I gave them a heirloom family Bible as a gift.
Yeah.
And you would have thought I gave, the looks were like, what's this? Why did you choose this? I'm just like, I thought it was, as your godfather, I thought I was doing the right thing by giving you the Word of God for you to read and understand.
Out of a book that your ancestors all looked at and read.
I have a similar one for our family. Then I have the copy of the King James Bible that I use for research, and I have access to the one website that has all the Bibles, all the different versions, and study guides and everything. So you can go right online, log in, and everything's there for you. The Greek, the Hebrew, the translations, how to break it down, how to say it. So you could, if you wanted to, you could learn Greek and Hebrew just by reading that internet site. It's insane.
I have cyber talks. But when I go online to pick out verses and stuff, I use a website called Bible Gateway.
Mm-hmm. That's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that has everything.
Yeah.
And it's not expensive. It's like $30 a year.
The thing about it is, it also has a free version, which is what I use. It doesn't have all the extra, teaching aids or anything, but it does. It's got the Bible. You can read the Bible for free on it.
Yeah. There's another one that I have on my phone. Nice app. KGV Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And it has an award-winning British actor that reads the KGV for you. And so that way when I'm out walking, I plug in my headphones, turn that on, pick which book, I have it running in series, but if I wanted to jump to a different book or whatever, pick the book and then off it goes. I can just listen and learn while I'm walking.
Me personally, I like the James Earl Jones.
Did he really do a Bible?
Yes.
Wow. He's got a great voice. Luke, I'm your father.
I'm bad. I can't get through freaking Genesis. It gets into like who begat who and all that stuff, and I just lose interest. The rest of the Bible pretty much holds my interest very much. And I find I have to, like, if I read it at bedtime, I have to limit myself to 4 pages if I'm in Psalms. Because I could sit up and read Psalms all the time. So much fucking wisdom.
Yeah, and that was written by one of the greatest sinners of all time.
Yeah.
But one of the men that God loved more than others. King Solomon. There is, when a man becomes a master mason, he is given a copy of the King James Version of the Bible in the United States. It doesn't matter if you're Scottish Rite or you're York Rite. That is the book you're given. And it's the Bible that you've taken your 3 oaths and obligations upon. And you were encouraged, if not subtly commanded to read the book every day to become wiser and learn, because every mistake a human being can make is in that book, and it tells you how to avoid it and how to fix it. Every mistake. And I'm sure you and Cyber have the same finding that I do with the Bible, that whenever I'm looking for something or I'm looking for an answer to something, as soon as I open it up, it's like right there in front of you. It's uncanny how it happens. It's not hard to find the answer. All you got to do is ask.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I
Any
might not
man,
that I
any
might
man
not
just has
sin
to.
against thee.
I'm sorry, Cyber.
There's just a completion of the verse. It says, Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee. You're going to say, any man, something?
Yeah, all you have to do is seek, knock, and ask, and the answers will be given to you in the book. You know, that's what God wrote in the Old Testament about, seeking out Him, knocking at the doors, and asking for the wisdom, and it will be given to you. That's something that, Freemasonry teaches that verse, because we believe the biggest sin is ignorance of God. If you know God, you love God, you fear God, you should be able to live a good, a fulfilling life. My biggest problem is I can't stop sinning. My word, my thought, and my actions, every day in some form, I sin. And every night before I before I close my eyes, I have to ask for forgiveness because of what I've done. And I would like there to be one day in my life that I don't have to honestly and earnestly ask my Lord for forgiveness. I would love to do that. But every day, my weakness of losing my temper, every day I sin. And it sucks. I don't wake up planning on doing it, but I do it. And I would imagine if people are honest with themselves, they do the same damn thing too. It's embarrassing. But I'm not ashamed of it, because it's who I am. I just got to hope that at the end of the day that I am forgiven, and because the Lord promised to forgive us, but that doesn't mean we don't feel the consequences and wrath of our sin. What's your thoughts on that there, Cyber?
Well, sounds like you do well to not let the sun go down on your wrath.
Yeah.
That's
In my,
Ephesians chapter 4.
sorry, bud. In my interpretation, he asks one thing for forgiveness. I might be wrong, but it's repentance.
Yep.
Yeah, ever since I can remember, from the day I was born till I was about 55, I was always motivated by fear and anger. One of those two emotions. The fear of failure or the anger of somebody who failed me, or if I failed them.
Well, how often do you read the book of James?
Not often. I tend to spend more of my time in the Older Testament right now. That's where I've been lately, in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
But I need to eventually finish so I can get back into the New Testament.
Well, it's
'Cause
only
that's
5
where
chapters. It's only 5 chapters. And there's not one of them that has like 50 plus verses in it. So if you read one of those every weekday at night,
Mhm.
after you pray before you go to sleep, I would bet it would be um it would be something to sharpen your wit regarding your temper before you lose it in the following day.
Thank you for that. I will have to go downstairs and get the King James and bring that up here.
And I would also be willing to bet that if you started reading it, you read chapter 1 on Monday, before you go to sleep, you'll have read at least chapter 2, maybe chapter 3, especially if you're hungry for it.
Yeah, I've tried every psychobabble way I can think of to get rid of my anger, and it works temporarily, and then eventually something occurs in my life to where I bring that anger back up. It just And then it's 10 times worse because it's been repressed.
Hmm.
You know, when I was young, I lived in a world of violence and anger.
Well, Proverbs chapter 3, verse 5 and 6 says, Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. So, in obedience to that, and also understanding if we draw nigh unto God, he'll draw nigh unto us, then being in the Word is exactly where he wants us to be.
Absolutely.
For that very reason.
Absolutely. But I'm man enough to acknowledge my weaknesses. It's just been a long journey but I'm going to go down after I let Mr. Zeke out and grab the Bible and read that before I hit the hay.
That verse I just quoted is the first part of James chapter 4, verse 8.
So
Verse
by
7.
the end of the week, I'll have the book of James completed. I'll probably end up doing it all tonight.
I wouldn't doubt it. Verse 7 says, Submit yourselves therefore to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you.
You know, it's funny because I'm the person who always tells people that, to believe in God and follow the word of God, and I'm the one that loses my temper all the time. I have a vicious temper. Vicious. But then at the same time, I'm a walking miracle. So that's how I know that God hasn't quit on me, because I'm still here. Any one of these 3 diseases I've had, and when I fractured my spine twice, and all the other things that have happened to me in my lifetime, being shot at, have people try to stab me. Well, I'm a miracle. I've survived every one of those things. And that's only because of the grace of God. It wasn't because of me. I'm not I learned a long time ago, I'm not a badass. Mm-mm. What are they talking about in the chat?
There's a verse I shared with Outlaw a while back when he was already in a very trying way, and certain people thought that they would try him even more. This verse is also in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 3. I'll do 2 and 3. It says, My brethren, count it all joy when ye fall into diverse temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. So those things that are set before you are trials. And God does not put on us things that we can't bear. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things out there that we pick up that we can't handle.
So I went downstairs and grabbed my King James, and my bookmark stopped at 1 Samuel, but that's where I was at the last
First
time.
Samuel.
Yeah. So you say the book of James.
That's also where the verse is found that you were talking about God giving wisdom to anyone who asks.
A friend of mine told me his favorite book is the book of Romans. There's a lot of... At one point or another, I have read this, but it's been years since I've been in the New Testament.
Yeah, Romans is really good for people who are trying to bring the gospel to the world, which should be all of us. But James is more for those inner struggles that we have, knowing that our flesh is weak, knowing that our behavior, our lifestyles even, are displeasing to God, and having a desire to overcome them. He talks about lust, temptation, anger, talks about the tongue. I think it's chapter 4, where he talks about how the tongue is just a small member, but can start fires.
Yeah, James is like 2 pages long.
Yeah, there's not much there. It's chapter 3, where he talks about
It's only 5 chapters.
Yeah.
And it's like 3 pages.
Chapter 3, he talks about how a man who's able to bridle his own tongue can be in control of their whole body.
Well, I'm gonna start at chapter 1. Need to get another bookmark here. What do I got in the front? Yeah, there's a bookmark. Use this as a bookmark. Oh my goodness.
It's really good for the spiritual battles that we have within ourselves.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go let my puppy out for the night and then do some reading before I go to sleep. I really appreciate that advice. Put me on a new path. Yeah.
I kind of figured you would.
Yep. Well, that's why I enjoy speaking about our Creator and the gifts that He's given us and how wise the book is. The book has the answers in it if you know where to look. And I appreciate you setting me on the right path. It means a lot. Thank you, Cybertoxin.
No problem.
And I'm just listening, praying along with you guys. It's sort of a challenging drive to do the mountains at night. So
Yeah.
I've just been following along.
If the
I never
biggest
thought of,
thing, you have to accept the book.
I
Is
never
the
thought of
roadmap.
I never thought of the Bible's books being for different things, like Cybers pointed out today. You know, with Romans being for evangelizing and James being for internal. But it really, it makes a lot of sense.
And there's a lot of psalms that are for peace during persecution.
Yeah.
Of course, there's all kinds of different stuff in psalms.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Lots of stuff.
I can't hardly put Psalms down when I start reading. I love it. That's probably my favorite. My favorite book.
My favorite proverb is Proverb 17. It's pretty vast. And it doesn't even have 30 verses in it.
The book of Daniel is very popular with Masons, the fraternity itself. Yeah. And Judges and Kings are used, and along with Proverbs in the degree work of Freemasonry. But yet we're supposed to be some pagan underground secret society. I was telling one of the internet teachers that I go to learn about Islam and Bible history. He did a long multi-series course on Freemasonry, and I told him, Lloyd, that stuff's great, but that has nothing to do with what Freemasons are today in 2025. Has absolutely nothing to do with what we are today. It's evolved into something much different than what it was 1,000 years ago, or even 300 years ago. And most people's idea of the fraternity obviously is founded by what they see on TV and read in books written by non-Masons.
Well, there are some orders that are strictly for Trinitarian Christians and others that admit all faiths.
Yes, because it's not a religious. It's not a religion. It just has religious teachings within it. You know, the fraternity teaches that charity is the greatest truth that God gave us, that we're commanded to be charitable and that we're supposed to take care of the widows and orphans. That's why Freemasonry has orphanages and retirement homes and everything else, because that's what we do. We donate $2 million a day to take care of other people. That's not counting the Shriners hospitals. You know, there's dentistry for the indigent. There's the Masonic Eye Foundation that gifts glasses and eye surgery to people that cannot pay for them.
I thought the Illuminatis would be taking care of the eyes.
No, the Illuminatis. The Illuminatis do prostate cancer.
Prostate cancer. Do they lick each other's coccyx?
I guess. I
I guess.
I've never met an Illuminati.
There's a lot of history that's been marred by Gnostics, which predate pretty much every Masonic order.
And yeah, there's a big difference between the York Rite and the Scottish Rite too. And there's a big difference between the Prince Hall and the York Rite and Scottish Rite. They are different fraternities that fall under the one giant word of fraternity. And that's what makes it so hard, because I know I've met more honorable men in this fraternity than anywhere else I've ever been in my life. Guys that when I got to my divorce and was at my very lowest were there for me. You know? But yet my faith, my church tells me I can't be a part of it. That I'm excommunicated from my church. And I refuse to change denomination because despite that. You know, I know that a lot of people have issues with the Roman Catholic Church, but until somebody can prove to me how any Protestant church has apostolic authority, I'm not going anywhere else. You know, that's a debate all in its own self. You know, the church was around 1,500 years before, you know, that big schism. And I don't know who's right or wrong. It's
Well, Grinch, at the end of the day, it's your faith and your relationship to God that matters. Just like, you know, I can tell you why I believe like I believe, but, you know, like, I don't look to organized religion to guide me. You know, I'm more a part of, you know, I was raised a Baptist.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole centralized authority, the organization of the church, very much like a medieval kingdom. Just I never could square that. The kingdom of heaven being the way it is, according to the Catholic Church, and my limited, and I mean limited understanding of it, it just doesn't. It doesn't click with me. It doesn't touch my soul. I'm more into just reading the Bible and hearing what it says to me than going to church. I don't go to church anymore. And maybe that's my own vanity, my own hubris, things that I can interpret what's been written better than any priest or preacher, because they're human and they have their own motivations. And I'm such an untrusting person. I don't think that anybody should charge for what has been given freely.
Are you Bible only? I never
I'm
asked
Bible.
that question.
Yeah, I'm Bible only.
Okay.
I will certainly talk to people about religion. I'll talk to people about, faith, and I'll talk to people about the word, but I'm not a member of any one religion anymore. I you know,
Do
but
you read the Deuterochronicles?
I couldn't hear you.
Do you read the Deuterochronicles? The 8 books that were taken out by the Protestants that were part of the Bible 1,500 years?
I read it after you told me about it.
Okay.
But my distrust goes back to the Council of Nicaea. So I don't think that a lot of this stuff should have been removed that was removed. Once again, I also, don't trust in myself enough to criticize anybody for what they believe in.
No, I just ask questions because trust me, I don't know what's right or wrong either. If I did, I wouldn't be here. I was always told that the church, every church, is like a $1 bill. Some have more of that $1 bill than others. Some teach more of the $1 bill than others. And that's why I choose to go to the oldest church that has the most of it. People say Catholic Church doesn't teach the Bible. Well, that's incorrect. You go to a mass, you get the Bible. But I have to take Sir Zeke out to go potty. So if you guys can continue, I'll be able to listen, but I won't be able to have a conversation while I'm outside.
Okay.
Well, there's a difference between faith and religion. religion is not guaranteed to be all the way accurate, because it has elements of men.
Yep.
Faith is the spiritual matter that is the foundation for religion. And there are different faiths, and from those different faiths, there are different branches of religion. That's why I always say I don't believe Catholicism is Christianity, but there are plenty of Catholics who are Christian. And it's a matter of where they've placed their faith. You know, there are people in Baptist churches who call themselves Christian, but are not.
That's very true.
There are people in Methodist churches and certainly Episcopalian and Unitarian churches.
Yeah.
They call themselves Christian. They're not. And I couldn't really even begin to get into the different variations of Hindu religion, because there's so many different variations of Hindu faith.
I wouldn't know enough about it to have an intelligent conversation.
It's far too complicated. And confusing. God is not the author of confusion. So faith in Christ, that's what Christ wants from us. That's what God wants for us. Like 1 John chapter 4 says, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits. And every spirit that confesseth that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God. And I believe it's Romans chapter 12 that talks about everyone who is in Christ is one with him. Amongst other places. Yeah, that's it. Romans chapter 12, verse 5. So we being many are one body in Christ, and every one members one of another. So if people have based their faith on Christ as the foundation for Christianity and follow his teaching, see him as the fulfillment of the law that God established, see him as the Redeemer, the mediator, then they're Christian. And the world often tries to conflate being a Christian and being Christ. There's not a one of us that are Christ. We're all sinners, and the ones who put faith in him are saved by grace through faith. It really grinds my gears when I hear people. I used to go to a panel. Well, I still go to this panel. There used to be a woman go to that panel trying to teach the Bible to people, telling everyone that we're saved by faith. And I could see the pride in her every time she would say that. And I'd correct her from the chat. I even went up there a couple times. I even went to her channel once, trying to correct her on this. For by grace are ye saved, through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And I could see that boasting in her when she talks about how she has faith and how she would talk down about people who don't, as if she did something to earn it by having faith. Like, no. We're saved by grace. It's through faith, but it's not by faith.
Father
Those are
Saunders is in the chat.
Yo, Saunders! Uh, I would say that we're gathered in his name tonight, so are we not for this short period of time a congregation?
I would say so.
Anywhere where 2 or 3 are gathered together in thy name, he will be in the midst of us.
Three
So
very different viewpoints on Christianity, but still Christians, one and all. where Cyber and I differ, and we really haven't ever talked about this, is in like our interpretation of intelligent design versus creation.
Oh, so you want to fight?
No, I don't want to
I see how
fucking. I don't want to fight. I absolutely don't.
if we're gonna
But I'm
have a
just.
disagreement, we can't get along anymore. I'm taking my toys, going home. I'm going home.
I'm just saying we're different, but we still can get along. We can still worship Jesus Christ as the Son of God made flesh. Accept Him as our Lord and Savior.
Well, this is why God wants us to congregate, in order to exhort and reprove one another.
You have me interested in that debate, because in order to have creation, doesn't it have to contain the elements of intelligent design? Everything has its purpose, its strengths and its weaknesses.
Yeah.
And something only comes from nothing if it's created. Nothing never makes something.
And that's the difference between creation and intelligent design. Which I also believe that everything was created from nothing. God
Oh, and
moved.
Saunders, come back.
God moved and willed it into existence.
Yes.
Oh, it says so.
Oh shit! Good God Almighty! How y'all doing?
What's
Hey.
up, Saunders?
What's up, Flanders?
It's really good to talk to you guys. What you guys are talking about right now? There's a couple of things. From what I understand, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. For those of you guys that are Encyclopedia Britannicas like Brandon, there is no sadness in heaven. In heaven, Jesus Christ in heaven. I didn't think about it because I didn't know any better, and I put this in the chat. But if I didn't see my friends, parents, pets, etc., I would never even know they existed, because there's no sadness in heaven. What do you guys think about that?
That's not the goal of getting to heaven.
Well, I'm not talking about a goal of getting there. If there's no sadness, I couldn't have ever even known you existed, because if you did and you didn't get to heaven and I did, if sadness doesn't exist, I would never know you existed. Is there truth to that? Do you guys what do you guys have to say about that? Because that actually is in the Bible.
Well, in Revelation chapter
I'm just
21,
curious, man, because I don't have any of this shit figured out. I don't know. You guys don't know. I do believe in God. I do believe in Christ, even though I'm a sinful fucking man. I am God fearing. I ask forgiveness for my sins. I hope I'm worthy of being a part of God's plan in heaven, though I know I'm not worthy. And these are just kind of some things I think about. Does that make sense?
yeah,
Revelation 21, Cyber?
yeah.
Okay. I'm here with you, bro.
So it says, "And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them,
I gotta mute this. I'm sorry.
and they shall be his people. And God himself shall be with them, and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away." So all these things that we experience here, the sorrow and the death and the pain and the tears that come with it, are going to pass away with this earth.
And it'll be as it was originally created on
That's
day
right.
one of human existence.
A new heaven and a new earth.
Free of sin. The one thing I do believe is the human mind is incapable of fully understanding the Trinity and God's Word. We can understand it somewhat, but not completely. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, we can't fully envision it.
Yeah.
And the way we've come to understand things is it's much different than what God had intended, because we try and do so of our own, in our own understanding, and it's just too big. We don't know perfection.
Amen to that.
Can't.
Well, yeah, we can't know
We can't
perfection.
know perfection.
We will.
You'd have to be perfect to understand perfection. Oh yeah. But now we can't. Not mortals, not sinners.
We're still too connected to our flesh, which is why we sin.
Yeah.
And that weakness that we have is proof of his strength. Even if we can't fathom it. There's a few signs here and there. We see somebody run into a burning building to save their kids or something, and it's mind-blowing. There's a part of us that kind of scratches the surface as to why, unless we're in that situation ourselves. And that's just, I guess, somewhat of a parable compared to what Jesus did for us. That's the most mind-blowing thing of all. The biggest mercy ever.
That's
The
one of the
greatest.
things that the Catholics say that I really like is, take away the sins of the world, have mercy on us. In their mass, they say that every week.
Well, that's because only the Lord Jesus can do it.
Right. But I'm just saying that's one of the things I really like about the Catholic Mass. The consistency. And then at the end, they say, you take away the sins of the world, grant us peace.
Well, I think we
That's
all
really
can
fun.
agree that Jesus is the only one that can give us peace, too.
I think it's just a really powerful statement, and it's great.
When growing up in the Catholic Church and learning why the faith, the congregation prays as it does for ourselves, for each other, for the community, for the world, is because the Catholic Church believes it is the universal church. And that's why it does it does that. It prays for the whole world. My limited learning of the early church fathers of the first, second, third century, those men were their understanding of the Bible, I'll never get there. I just won't. Those men sacrificed their life. I'm not a big Mel Gibson fan, but that quote he has about the early church fathers made 100% sense to me. All those apostles and early church fathers that were martyred. People don't die for a lie. When he said that, I thought about that for a while, and he's absolutely right. If there's one thing that's worth it, is your faith. That is just insane. But he's a Cardinal Vigano guy, and I can't follow anybody that excommunicated themselves, because I'm excommunicated from the Catholic Church. So I'm not going to. I wouldn't follow me. I know that. I'm not going to follow any bishop either that self excommunicated themselves from the church. They know better. But I'm not going to listen to any TV evangelist, male or female, either. I read the first 7 verses of James already. I can't go any further because I need to reread them to get full understanding. I have to take my time, put it all in context. But thanks again, Cybertoxin, for putting me onto that path. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I think that's what we're supposed to do. Help each other find the right path, that narrow path. We still have to walk it alone, but we're supposed to help each other find it and stay on it. Brandon, did I tell you that my neighbor, the one that gave me that grief for the shed, I had a conversation with him Thursday?
No, you didn't tell me that.
Yes. And we both apologized to each other and shook each other's hand and hugged it out. We were friends before that day. And he doesn't want to lose the friendship.
Good. That's excellent news.
And I asked him next time we see each other and we have time to talk, I gave him a couple things to think about from my position. I said, without going into any detail, because you were there, so you don't need to know any detail. If another man lied to you in your home, would you ever be able to respect and trust that man again? That's the question.
What did he say?
He didn't get, he said, I never looked at it that way. I said, I don't know how else to look at it. You're in my home.
Uh-oh.
The 3 of you all approved the shed, and then a month plus 6 weeks, 4-6 weeks later, you tell me no, it's not approved, but it was posted in the September and October minutes that it was approved. My wife heard you say it was approved. That means you lied to me in my home. How do I trust you ever again? So I was able to let go of the anger, but I don't know if I could ever trust the 2 of them knuckleheads again. That's not what friends do. Friends don't you don't look another man in the eye and lie to him in his home and expect there not to be a problem. Ugh. Now I know you don't know any of this, Cyber. I'm on an HOA board. I was the president up until the middle of last November. And we were at a board meeting, and over the last 2 years, I've been making my home ADA compliant for my 86-year-old father-in-law so that he can move about the home as freely as he can to make it as safe as possible for him. And I put in 8 by 3 steps and a big porch out front. I've changed the bathroom, put in a stair lift. I've just done everything the VA can think of to make this home as safe as possible for him. I have one more project left, and he at some point he has a wheelchair now, so when we go out, he can take the wheelchair with him, so that because he can't walk all that stuff. He can walk around the house, but not, like going shopping or going to do a bunch of stuff. If we go on vacation or whatever and we want to go sightseeing. So I need a ramp. The only place I can't put it in the front of my house because I would have to cut down a tree to be able to put a ramp in. And then it's still exposed to the elements, where if I put it in the garage, I'm going to lose up to 75% of the garage space to put the ramp in. So I needed a place to put my stuff. So I requested to have a shed. They approved it because I couldn't vote on it because it's my own request. They approved it because it's medically necessary from his primary care physician. Then 6 weeks later, they tell me I can't have the shed after the shed's already up. So I bought the shed, paid because I was going through leukemia treatment at the time. Even now, I'm still going through it. I only got a 5-pound weight limit. I can't put the shed up, so I had to pay somebody to do it. And then they're telling me they're going to fine me. They took away my president's seat on the board. And 2 guys that I ate at their home, they ate at my home, but went on vacation with the one couple. They lied to me right to my face. And I'm not supposed to be angry about it. I'm supposed to act like it never happened. Then you call me out in the middle of the street, telling me that they're going to force me to take it down. Come get it. You must have lost. The last brain cell must have died. What the hell's wrong with you? Never back me into a corner, because this is where all that anger and training and expertise comes out. No, I'm not going to back down. But I don't understand how they think I could ever respect them again.
You think that's what they really want?
That's what he asked for, to go back, to be friends again in that conversation. I can forgive you for being a jagoff. But as soon as I get the letter from the management company telling me that they're going to fine me $100 a month till I take the shed down, I told them, you don't understand. You've already lost. Now it's just a matter of going to see the judge. So you decide if you send me that letter, I'm going to come take the money and I'm going to take it out of your ass. Understand that. And then when I win the case, you better believe that I'm going to tell the whole neighborhood that you were warned from day one that this was a incorrect decision, and how the three of you acted, because every man, if they are men, when I tell them that you lied to me and my wife in my home, they will lose respect for you too. You're so worried about your precious position, and that's what you do? Me, I don't care what people think about me, but I'm not going to lie to you in your home. Men don't do that. If you didn't want to approve it, you should have not approved it back at the first meeting. Then I would have sued you anyways, because it's a violation of fair housing law and ADA standards. But I'm not going to go down there. I knew that that you couldn't stop it because it was prescribed by a doctor that he needs this ramp. It's ridiculous. My head just wants to explode every time I think about it. I could not look you in the eye, especially when the two of us have been friends for nearly 18 years. You know,
Well, I can hear you're upset about it.
well, I don't want to. All I have to do is pick up the phone, call the office, talk to Eric, the paralegal, and the attorney will he has everything ready to go. It's just a matter of putting on the updated dates and filing the lawsuit. We've already had the conversation. I don't want to do that. Obviously, he's going to do whatever I want him to do. He's fully prepared to go win. He himself is a HOA president. So he's been doing this stuff for 25 years. HOA law is one of the things he specializes in. He's like, there's not a judge that's going to say, hold it, you posted that it was approved in September and October on the website. How do you tell him after it's posted, approved, that you changed your mind? He spent the money. He did. He sent in all the documents. Just a waste of time, and it's a waste of the HOA's money. Because when I sue them, I'm going to sue them for discrimination of disabled veterans, me and my father-in-law. I'm going to go after them for big money. I don't want to do it. But if you don't punish them, their arrogance will do it to somebody else too. When I was on the board years ago, there was a couple that had their mother live with them. They had to put in a sidewalk and an entrance into the basement so that they could get a double door entrance so that they could get her gurney in and out for the mother. And when they sent in the design request and the variance request, you know what my response as president of the HOA was? What do you need from us to help? Not a yes, not a no. What do you need for us to help? Because I'm not going to punish the elderly, sickly woman or try to make up some rule to make it hard. No, what do you need to make her life better? That's what a man does. They make somebody else's life better, not harder. Shit.
So
And then
where
we
did
went-
Grinch.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cyber.
where did the decision to change the approval to non-approval come from? The same
Fear-
people? Was it the
fear-
same people who gave you the approval?
Yes. The three people that the other four all voted in the affirmative to allow me to have the variance to put a 7x7 shed in. Then the two other members were just talking, and they were saying, well, they don't want it to look like they were giving the president of the board a variance, and they were playing favoritism with him. It isn't for me. It's
Yeah,
for my father-in-law.
Yeah, that's your case right there.
So their fear, so now it's been 6 months. There have not been any formal complaints. People have asked how they can get it, get a shed. And all the rules that we have that govern us, we can change them at any time for the betterment of the community.
Well, Sergeant Grinch, you need to stand at parade rest right now, talking like that.
I don't understand the immature attitude of men that are supposed to be grown men with families and not understand that if you're on the HOA board, your job is to make your residents' lives better.
Oh, shit. I've never had to experience that. I feel for you guys that are on HOA. I don't have that.
I
That
moved
doesn't mean
into
it can't come into fruition. We're with where I'm at because there's only 2 people on my squared block that have been here since the 80s. Just 2 people left, me and my neighbor. And there's a big empty lot. It's about a football field worth of empty land. And they wanted to put low-income housing there. And the person across the street from me, whose son worked for the city at one time, I will call the EPA and tell them what you guys have buried under there. I know because I lived it. I know what's buried under there. It's like, dude, stop. Just let it be a snowfill fucking pasture field because they store all the snow that they fucking scoop up when snow gets really bad in my state, in my town. That's where they put it, on my side of town. Why would you want to fucking ruin that? If you do put low-income housing, which I'm not against, I understand, but you're also going to have an increase of fucking crime. You're going to have a lowering of fucking housing if you want to sell. I'm not looking to sell, but your housing is going to go down. You guys know this. Crime's going to go up. You guys know this. And we already live in a fucking society that is not high trust anymore. Even in my small town of 3,000, I still fuck my shit every time I go to the fucking store, every time I leave my house. And we didn't have to worry about that or do that back in the day. It's a societal fucking shift. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's where I'm at, Cyber. I'm very angry at two people who I broke bread with in my own home and in their homes, and you just straight up boldly lie to my face.
And they fucking turned on you, man. God, it's so fucking hard, man. When you got friends and family that turn on you guys, it's fucking devastating. It really is.
Who the hell
Fucking
in their
devastating.
right mind denies medical equipment and whatever has to be done to make it happen for an 86-year-old person? You know, he's a 3 tours in Vietnam, multiple Purple Hearts, Bronze Star with V for Valor. He's a badass.
And treated like he's fucking less than worthy of anything.
Yeah, who does that?
I don't know, man.
And
I
now
really,
you know.
I don't
Now
know how
you know
people
why
think about it.
when it first popped off in the middle of the street, and I was looking at him up and down. He's like, "Why are you looking at me?" And I flat out told him, "I'm deciding on whether I'm going to let you live or die right now. I'm deciding on whether I'm going to let you walk away and continue breathing, or I'm going to rip your esophagus out and hand it to your wife as you lay in the street, cold." I said, "Who are you, a guy that has never had a fight in his life, and I have well over 100, and you think you're going to insult me and put me in a position to where I have to defend my father-in-law from somebody that will lie to me? You're not worth my time. You're not worth my effort to be your friend.
No.
That's disgusting." And I said, last summer when your mother fell and broke her hip, what did I do?" And he looked at me and I said, "Yeah, that's right. Every time I seen you, or if I called you at least twice a week, do you need anything? Does your mother need anything? Let me know." And I'm in the hospital going through leukemia treatments, and I'm asking you, what do you need from me to help your mother and her husband in their 80s? And this is how I get repaid.
Yep. I'm so sorry for that because when I was an active, to piggyback on what you're talking about, when I was active, I got blown up to go to the MWR every week to call my family. We got blown up at least 3 times a week in direct fire. I saw more action inside the wire than I did outside the wire for any of you veterans out there. And when I had to walk, which was about a mile every week to call my fucking family, my kids, that was not reciprocated to me when my adopted oldest son went to Poland and wanted me to get a third-party app so he could save money. Okay, cool. I got that. I never got a fucking response. I never got a call. The same adopted older kid who came to me first when he found out his wife was cheating and I had to calm his ass down. You want to sit there and talk to me about how I'm scared. I don't want to confront you. And I did what I did in an active combat zone, and you didn't call me once for 18 months when you were in a non-active fucking combat zone. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here, man? It fucking breaks your soul.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Soul. It's fucking terrible. And I got documents to prove all this shit. That's what's even more crazy. It's fucking terrible. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what to do about it, but I know how I felt about it because I lived it. I had to live it. I'm still living it.
Well, that's why I told
my adopted kid wants to look at me and say, "What? You don't want to talk to me because you're scared?" I really wanted to go off, brother. I wanted to go the fuck off from me. Scared of you? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? I had to pull back. I had to pull back because I'm under the government microscope. I've got charges on me. They're not felonies, but they're also serious. So I'm limited on what I can and can't do or how I should or should not respond. And that's fucking terrible that we live in that day. And then at the same time, and all of you guys know this, that I had my kids taken away from me, my property taken away from me, my fucking income taken away from me. And when I went to go vote recently, just a couple months ago, because I had MAGA on my shirt and hat. They said, you have to turn your shirt inside out and take your hat off. I said, I'm not fucking doing that. Why would I do that? There's nothing here that says vote Trump or vote a certain way. It just has the phrase or the words "Make America Great Again." So what is so scary about wanting America to be great? You guys have taken everything from me, and now you're telling me that I can't fucking vote here because I have words on a shirt and hat? I was really livid, man. I was, and I'm glad that my mother was with me. They gave her a fucking packet where I could fill out and fucking, still vote and all that shit. But what the fuck are we doing here? Do you think I give a shit if somebody behind me had a Kamala or Harris fucking Waltz shirt? I don't care. I don't fucking care. I think
that just proves to me that they're an idiot.
I really don't fucking care. And obviously, as you guys probably don't know and tell Tony now, there are a bunch of fucking overweight fucking white fucking liberal females in there. I'm assuming liberal, but they were old white females on that entire floor. And I was just like, okay, so I can't have Make America Great Again, which if you guys who are gamers don't know, Make America Great Again actually was Senator Armstrong on a Metal Gear Solid game. For you guys that don't know, back in 2013. You can look it up right now. Look up 2013 Senator Armstrong, Make America Great Again. You can do it right now. That was before Trump ever even fucking started fucking running for office. So when you try to look at all the fucking when you try to make sense of this, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And that's what's so frustrating about this shit.
So my question is to Cybertoxin. What is your thought on this situation?
Well, is the decision permanent now?
Evidently, I had Turbo look it up, and it became a law in late 2023 for some reason in my state. That you couldn't have anything affiliated with any political advocate within 200 feet because they wanted to disavow people trying to sway people on voting a certain way.
Well, on the shed issue, I was told Thursday night that they are going 6 months after the fact that they are going to start. When I get there, I will be receiving a letter that they're going to fine me $100 a month until I remove it. So that sounds to me like that's a permanent decision. So I guess I'm going to court.
I'm embarrassed right now, guys. I'm embarrassed, and I hope that fucking over fucking changes, if that's the right word. I hope that overrules itself. I don't want to be embarrassed in my country. But the shit that I had to go through in divorce court and losing what I did and then get further humiliated because I have words on a hat and shirt, it's really hard for me to be an advocate for future generations of why you should be patriotic when everything that I did that was patriotic, quote unquote, that was told to me by my government that I had to do was used against me by the government in a court of law. How do you justify that? I can't.
Hey, Grinch.
Yes, sir.
You know what you've got to do. You have it set up to take that action. And the betrayal hurts. It really does. But at the end of the day, you have the law on your side.
That I do.
And because of who you are, you will never get that friendship back. And you just need to let it go and understand that you can only affect what you can affect. You can't affect, how other people believe, how other people behave. You can only affect how you react, and you don't need to get upset anymore. What's done is done, and you know how to punish this bad behavior.
Yeah, I know.
And you don't need to worry about your friend. You don't. It sounds to me like you're still trying to dominate the situation. And the interaction between the two of you, you don't need to worry about letting that type of aggression go to dominate this guy. He has shown his true colors of who he is, and your lawyer will now fulfill your wishes and protect your pappy. And he's doing that because of your hard work through the years in the form of money to pay him to make that happen. So you are getting your aggression out through litigation. And you don't need to worry about emotionally dominating this guy like you were in a physical fight. And
You know
by
what's
you get,
I left
and-
something out, Brandon.
yeah,
And this is the weirdest thing of all. I was planning on not running for the board again, so that way I can just concentrate on my family and recovery.
yeah.
The same people that is doing this to me asked me to stay on the board because they need me because of my knowledge of how everything works.
Good God Almighty.
So out of the 18 years I've lived here, I've been fighting cancer for 8, and 9 of the other remaining 10 years I've been on the HOA board. So I know I've been on it longer than anybody. I know how everything works and what the rules are and how they want me to stay. They wanted me to stay on,
Oh, I
which makes
understand
no
that.
sense to me.
Well, it doesn't have to make sense to you. Because that's something else you can't control. If it makes sense to them, then it makes sense to them. I know that you stayed on.
I know I did.
You know, that's
Because
also something that's already done.
I care about my community. I don't want anybody screwing it up.
And you've comported yourself with honor. You've comported yourself with, morality. And have put, behind you your own feelings for the greater good of the community. And you can be befuddled by it, but you shouldn't dwell on it.
And then at the annual meeting, they stuck me again. Every year, whether I'm on the board or not, I address the gathering. So I was told that I would be given time after the president to address the body, and they didn't. They didn't give me any time to speak to the people. So the agenda that we did last year, and that was very successful, and the people understood it and highly and approved it. Of all the things we did, the people that had lived in this community for years have said, this is the most anybody's ever done. This is the most successful board we've ever had. And those little bastards, they took the attaboys that I worked on when I was laying in the hospital, making the phone calls and doing the work. I didn't say a word because I don't need to be. I don't need that gratification. But I was astonished. I'm like, wow. You're actually going to take credit for somebody else's work. Okay.
Of course they will.
Oh, I'm glad. Thank God I'm not that person. It is when I was a manager and a postmaster, I never once would even try to take credit for the work of the office. I'm like, no, that's my people. I have good employees that follow my instructions, and that's why we're successful, because they put in the hard work and they carry themselves properly. I don't want any attaboys.
Hey, Cyber, can you look up the Stoics' prayer?
I never even heard of that. The Stoics' prayer.
Yep. Grant me the.
You got Encyclopedia Britannica with Brandon here, so Brandon knows like a lot of shit, man. Brandon knows his fucking history. I thought I did until I met people like him. I'm like, fuck, I don't know shit.
You know, I listen to the Stoic channels. I download 3 different Stoic channels a day, and I did not know there was a Stoics prayer. Who wrote it?
I don't know. It says, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change,
and
the courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference.
And wisdom to know the difference. I have that prayer in my house. I have that exact prayer in my house.
I've heard that before. I didn't know it had a name.
I didn't either. I thought it was just a prayer. I can go upstairs and look at it right now. I got that exact fucking thing that you just said in my house.
And that has been my demon my whole entire life.
It's fucking hard to accept shit. It's hard to accept the things that cannot change.
Oh, that I don't have a problem with. It's when you've lived your whole life of fear of failure and anger as your motivating tool because people don't believe that you can do things. So that's how you motivate yourself. I don't, then after 50 years of being that way, giving it up, these last 4 years have been very hard to not be an angry man because I have nothing to be angry about. Not a thing. Even this bull crap that I'm going through now, I shouldn't be angry, and I'm mad at myself for being angry. I know what's right, I know what's wrong, and I just got to pick up the phone and call my paralegal and get the ball rolling. But I can't do it until I get the letter. Once I get the letter, and then I told them, like, you realize that you screwed up. You declared war on 2 Marines. That's a mistake. You will not win. Marines
I hope
don't
they
quit.
don't fucking win. I don't want them to win.
I
don't want them to win, motherfucker.
No. So but I hope everybody understands why I'm mad at myself more than I'm mad at them. I expect chicken shit from most people. I'm mad at myself because I'm trying to not be that person anymore. And old habits are hard to get rid of.
Oh, fuck yeah, they are. It's hard to let go of fucking, it's hard to let go of shit. It's hard to let go when you've invested your time, your energy, your money into something and have a fucking thrown back in your face. It's really hard to let that go. I still struggle with it. It's very hard.
I don't want to go to court because I don't want to have to sit in that chair next to the judge and answer questions and remain calm. that's
Dude,
it's
when I
very
sat
hard
when
for
I
me.
sat in court for 2 8.5 hour days, man, that was fucking horrible. I don't want you guys to ever experience that ever.
No, I've been there, done that with my. I don't know if I ever told any of you this, but I paid child support for a kid that wasn't mine.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man!
15 years
Fuck.
I had to pay child support for a child that's not mine. But you can't. But back in the 90s, there were no DNA tests that 100% prove the kid wasn't yours. And like the judge said, well, she was living with you for X amount of time, and you were taking care of the kid, and she wasn't working. You've taken responsibility for this kid.
Oh yeah, she deserves. She
deserves.
deserves the fucking lifestyle that you had provided for her.
So
I know all about that fucking statement.
yeah.
You don't deserve shit. You ended the fucking relationship. You don't deserve shit.
Been there, done that without the illegitimate child, but
Twice for Brandon. And thank you for
Yeah.
coming out and saying that, because that's got to be fucking hard. It's got to be really fucking hard. Brandon's went longer than I did without seeing my kids. It's fucking terrible. I don't wish that on anybody.
For
That's
10
fucking
years, I seen my kids every other Christmas and 6 weeks in the summer. For 10 years.
It's fucking terrible, man. It's
And
fucking
I
terrible.
had to pay, I had to pay to go meet my kids at South Bend, Indiana. That was the halfway point that I would have to pick the kids up. So I was sending $18,000 a year in child support, and the kids are coming to me in ripped up clothes, holey shoes, these cheap Walmart shoes with holes in them.
And you're wondering what your child support's going for. It's like, why am I paying this if I'm seeing this?
Yes.
I get you.
And
I
she's
get you, man.
driving around in a brand new car.
Oh,
Smoking
it's
and going
fucking,
to the
it's
bar
terrible.
6 days a week. Yeah.
It's absolutely fucking terrible for any man that has to go through that, who's a father,
Yeah.
and has to see that shit. And you give, like, for me personally, you give a lot more than I do. I give $12K a year for child support, and I buy their clothes, buy their shoes when they go out. I don't question it. I just go fucking do it. I'm not going to question it because I know if I question it, nothing's going to fucking happen. So I just go make it happen.
So every year when I got them for Christmas, I got to buy them a winter coat. I got to buy them snow boots. I got to buy them winter clothes. I got to buy them
that
all
shit.
Yeah.
It never gets brought up. It never gets fucking brought up. Anytime that you fucking do, you're going to be shot down. So here's what I'm going to do. Yes, I pay child support, but I'm going to make sure my kid's good to go. So I'm going to go out of my way and pay for extra shit. Even though I pay $1,000 a month in child support, that should be taking care of this. I'm not waiting. I'm going to go fucking make this shit happen.
Yeah, and
that's not okay, because a lot of you guys can't do that. I understand what it's like to not have $20 in your bank account, guys. I get you.
I was living on $251 a month for 10 fucking years. My net was $251 a month.
It's fucking terrible.
Dude, I ate freaking.
Any of you guys that want to get married, listen to this conversation now.
It's horrible. But you know what though? The day that the child support ended was the same.
My second
I got
marriage,
custody of me and my
where
kids.
there was no children involved.
What's that there ending? I'm sorry.
Much, much, much easier. And I'm not even mad at her anymore.
Brandon's got some shit to say. Brandon, go ahead, because your story fucking echoes. Your story echoes.
Well, I'm not going to get into a pity party about this. My first ex-wife was the fucking devil, and she showed.
The devil. It's amazing.
You know,
Oh, it's fucking terrible, man.
I wouldn't piss in her
It's
mouth with her
absolutely
teeth. I wouldn't piss in her mouth if her teeth were on fire.
And people got to understand too that ass kickings don't fall out of the sky, guys. What led up to this shit? So when someone says they got me too'd or they got assaulted, I automatically will not believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I want to know everything that led up to it. Because, like I said, ass kickings and shit like that don't fall out of the sky. Guys don't wake up one day and be like, oh, I feel like fucking kicking this woman's ass and giving her 2 black eyes. No. What led up to it? I want to know. We only get one side of the stories and a lot of fucking things, guys. A lot of fucking shit. And you guys know how vindictive and conniving a woman can be. So I am justified in wanting to know what the fuck led up to whatever the fuck happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We used to be a fucking country of we report, you decide. Do you guys remember that shit? I think that was back in the 90s. We report, you decide. Give us all the facts. Let us have all the facts. And I mean all of them. And then I'll make my decision. My decisions might not be popular with with you guys here. That doesn't matter. I want all the fucking facts, just like I want you guys to have all the facts. And then fucking tell me what you think.
Well, there is evil in the world. Thank God I got my fucking demon under control before I got married. I'm a mean fucking drunk. And would would I have beaten my wife had I still been drinking? Probably. Because as a drunk, I'm an asshole.
I'm with you.
And that demon, I had to exercise it and just fucking pretty much stop drinking. Now, to this day, I don't drink enough to get drunk. If I want, to have a couple of mixed drinks, a couple of cocktails, that's all that's as far as it goes. Because I know that fucking demon lives. And all I have to do is open the door and he'll come back. So, are there some cases where a man would just beat the shit out of a woman because, she looked at him cross-eyed? Hell yeah. But most of the time it's provoked. Because not everybody's a mean fucking drunk.
I'm a very happy drunk. And Brandon, thank you for talking about that, because you and I have talked about it. And it is different for different people. There are people who are fucking horrendous when they fucking drink. I've experienced it myself with my own family. And there are people who just laugh and pass out and nothing else happens, like myself. I agree with you, Brandon. There are people that should not be introduced to fucking alcohol or drugs. Absolutely. There are people that cannot handle it. There are people like myself, and I'll be the first to tell you guys where, I pass out and fucking do stupid shit or say stupid shit. I might not be that person either, but I do know that I'm not violent. But Brandon, congratulations on paying your last child support payment this year, or last year. I'm sorry. That's a fucking thing. that should be celebrated. Should be. And Brandon, if you want to get drunk on that fucking day and be fucking violent, I don't fucking care. Because
I kind
you
of got drunk, and
defeated-
then as soon as I felt it hitting me, I left.
oh
I
man,
went to.
you
I
defeated
was
a
up in.
system that a lot of
was up-
guys don't.
I was
defeat.
up in. I was up in Iowa, and went to the bowling alley in this little fucking pissant town in Iowa.
Well, Brandon, God bless you, because one day I'll be there too.
I drank fucking Bloody Marys until they ran out of Sky vodka, and then I fucking Ubered it back to the hotel.
We had fucking vodka, motherfuckers. You guys know how much I love my vodka.
I love my
No,
Bloody
that's awesome.
Marys.
That's awesome. I'm going to be there one day too. And Brandon, I'm very proud that you were able to make it through and do your last payment. Even if you're a violent drunk, I don't care. I know what it's like to fucking have, you know, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of dollars being taken out of your account for decades at a time to get to that point. I'm going to be that same guy. Brandon, I'm going to call you. You're probably going to be like fucking 65. I'm like, Brandon, I beat it. I beat child support. I'm good, man. You know,
I was paying, when I had more than one child in child support, I was paying $2,400 a month.
Jesus fucking Christ.
When it went down to one child, it was $1,500 a month.
Jesus, man, the most I ever paid was $1,200, and I fought to get it down to $941.
When I got divorced, I was making a shit ton of money.
Good God Almighty, man! Can you guys imagine that? Take my amount, let alone Brandon's, at $2,400. Is that right, Brandon?
Yeah, $2,400.
Take that $2,400, guys. The most I ever spent was $1,240. If you guys don't know, can you imagine taking $1,240 away from your fucking take home right now and having the same lifestyle that you have right now? It's not possible. It's not fucking possible. $2,400, that's fucking insane to me. I did half that and I couldn't fucking live that life. There's no fucking way. Jesus, Brandon.
How many kids was that, Brandon? 3?
3.
Yeah, see, I was only paying for 2.
Well,
Yeah,
in the state of Texas,
Yeah.
in the state of Texas, they have a maximum they can fucking take from you. Yeah, it's a percentage of your pre-tax income, not your post-tax income, but your pre-tax. Right? That's 25%.
Well, I want to add on to what Brandon's saying right now, guys. In my state, they take your full income fucking tax and they add your VA compensation and pension to that to determine fucking child support.
That's illegal.
So my full-time job and my VA compensation was included in my fucking child support.
That's illegal.
Well, it should be, but it happened.
Well,
I got the documents to prove it.
I understand that, but
it's fucking stupid.
You need to go back.
It's absolutely fucking
that's
stupid.
Illegal.
It is. It should be.
It is.
But I had to go through it, man. So
all
my
that extra
40-hour fucking full-time job, which would get to 50 or 60, was used against me in a court of law on top of my VA comp and pen at that time.
Yeah, well, then you had the wrong attorney, because that is a violation of federal law. VA money cannot be used in child support.
It was against me, brother.
Nor is it taxable.
Yeah, correct.
It was used against me, man. I don't know how to fight against that shit. I really don't, but it was.
That's your attorney's job. You should, because you're still paying child support, correct?
Yeah.
Then you need to go find an attorney that knows it's against the law and go get that money back. that will reduce your current child support because they'll have to figure out what you paid as part of that, because that is a violation of federal law. You'll have
I
to
thought it was too
you'll
until it
have to
was used
file
against me in a court of
in
law.
federal court
I thought it was
against the
too
state.
until they used it against me. They
Yes.
used my VA comp pen against me in order to gain favor for child support.
Nope,
That is
that's illegal.
definitely a thing.
That is 100% illegal. So it's on you to decide if you want to go to federal court and sue the state of Oklahoma to
Nebraska.
correct it.
Nebraska.
Yeah! Nebraska!
Or Nebraska, that's right. Cobb sauce is made in Nebraska.
Fuck you, Brandon. No, you're absolutely correct. I couldn't believe that was used against me in a court of law. I was flabbergasted. I could
So
not.
if you weren't working right now, you don't work, correct?
No, I don't.
So you shouldn't be paying any child support because you don't work.
And that was fucking entitled to me by the fucking VA, by the doctors of the VA, by my fucking VA accounts that I have on file, that I am 100% PNT disabled.
Well, then you need to go get an attorney and file for modification and back pay for money you already paid, because you should not be paying if you technically have a zero taxable income.
Yes, that's correct.
What you need to do, if you're 100% P&T, you need to go to the Social Security and get on SSI.
I tried. They denied me. I tried. They denied me. They said it was different from what the VA fucking determines as a disability. So they denied me.
But it's like anything else in this world. The first time you're told no, you do it again, but you have the attorney do it because you were entitled to SSI as a 100% disabled veteran. I'm telling you because I know.
I'm going to take what you say. I'm going to take what you say and talk to my VSO. But I want you to know, brother, that I have actually tried to do that and got turned down. They turned me down because they said the SSI qualifications are different from the fucking VA. That's what was told to me.
Well, you were told wrong. I'm here to tell you because I get it. I started collecting at 54 years of age. The SSI part of it as a 100% disabled veteran because I had worked my 35 quarters necessary to qualify for the program. Obviously, if you work 40 years, you've qualified for the program.
Well, I worked for 35.
Well,
before
so there
I
you go.
retired.
There you
I worked
go.
for 35 before I retired, and I've done what you said, man. I agree with what you're saying, and they turned me down. I tried to go to SSI as 100% PNT, and they said it's different. And I had fucking not Qualcomm, but video calls, and they told me to my face that what we do here is different from what qualifies you for 100% in the VA. That was back in 2019 or 2020.
Yeah, the VA people have nothing to do with getting Social Security. They have nothing to do with it. Once you have your letter that shows that you're permanently and totally disabled, that's what your 100% P&T is, then you go to the Social Security. Since they already denied you once, now you have to hire a Social Security attorney and pay the money, and they will get it done because they know all the loopholes that you and I don't know. I didn't have a problem with it.
God, man, this, you know what really sucks about this, Arden, is everything you're saying is correct. at the same time, you know what really sucks about this?
It sucks
I'm not
going through it.
somebody who's used to not working. As a matter of fact, it took me years to go and apply for my benefits because I thought that I was doing this country a disservice, even though I know I earned it.
I was in the same boat.
Yeah, I felt guilty. It was awful. And then when I see what we're talking about now, I'm like, I can't believe I fucking thought that way. But at the same time, I respect the way that I thought because that's the way I thought the world was. I thought there was good fucking people, and there is, but they're just so fucking hard to find. And what you have to go through to get you what's entitled to you, Brandon, like your last fucking post, honor the contract. You know, it's so fucking awkward that at one time I felt guilty, even though I've earned it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because we were all there with you until the VA guy explained to me how it worked. The day you enlisted and signed that blank check, there was a pile of money put aside for that Social Security number that someday you would come and start withdrawing services. So they knew the day you signed that enlistment paper, you would be coming for services. Some get 100, some get 90, some get 10, some get benefits with a 0 rating.
Yep. Your injury is not service related. I think we've all been there.
Well, how are they giving you 100% P&T if it's not service related?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
I had lunch with a Vietnam veteran who helped me from the get-go that I never went and, are you service connected? Well, yeah, I served. That doesn't mean you're service connected. I didn't know anything about this, man. I had no fucking clue. I'm like, yeah, I fucking served. Of course I'm service connected. Like, what you think service connected is and what service connected actually is in the VA are two separate things. And I had a lunch with a Vietnam veteran who just based on him giving me the nomenclature got me to 60%. And then I spent the next 6 years after that getting to where I am now. And it's still not enough because what you're telling me and what I provided, and I had a video call with a judge. Just because you're 100% P&T, that does not mean you're going to get Social Security. I'm like, how does this make any fucking sense?
So whatever you're going to have to forget about the VA, go get a civilian attorney that handles Social Security claims. And because you can't work because of your PTSD, that in itself.
I'm 100% just on that. That's not even including all the other injuries that I could fucking.
What I'm saying is that for you to get SSI, the attorney is going to have to prove that your PTSD doesn't allow you to work. You're not able to function normally in a normal society with PTSD.
Sergeant, I got 100% on that right now.
But you're still talking VA. The VA, the Social Security doesn't want to hear that. He has to talk to them in civilian terms, not VA terms.
Yeah, I get you.
So that's what I'm trying to get you to focus on. So once that is brought up, that you have PTSD and you cannot function in everyday life because of it, then that speaks civilian stuff to civilian system, and he'll be able to get you.
So should I talk to my VSO about that?
No. This is
no. I can get a civilian.
Civilian.
I do have
attorney.
civilian. I do have a civilian on payroll right now.
If they do Social Security cases, Social Security disability, you need a Social Security disability lawyer
Fuck.
that talks that language of the Social Security. It's a very
I
specialized.
feel, man.
It will take
I'm going to be
anywhere
honest
from
with you,
6
man.
to
I
9 months.
appreciate everything you're saying to me. Why do I still fucking feel guilty trying to fucking do that? I feel fucking guilty trying to do that,
you
even
feel
though I know
guilty
I've
for
earned it.
$2,000 a month or more?
Here's why
Tax-free?
you feel guilty. You feel guilty because you were raised by a good mama and daddy not to be a burden on society. You see somebody who's on Social Security of working age as a burden on society, and that's not who you think you are. That's why you feel guilty for it.
Well,
But you have nothing to feel guilty about.
I know.
Exactly.
I know.
Exactly.
I
This
know.
is part of your
Brandon, thank you
blank
for
check.
explaining that. Sarge, thank you for explaining it. It's really hard. It was hard for me to even accept disability through the VA. It was really
We've
hard
all
for me to
been
do
there.
that. I've always worked. I've always worked. It was really hard for me to accept that.
Yes, I understand. I was right there with you, brother. But I got to the physical point where I had no choice. And you're at the point where you have no choice. Why? The injustice of you being charged child support on your VA money, it's illegal. And it's up to only you can decide if you're going to fix it or not. The Social Security, only you're going to decide if you're going to get a civilian Social Security attorney in Nebraska to file. You have the documented disease of PTSD. That's never going away. My brother-in-law has it. He's a great guy. But when he's suffering from it, there's nothing I can do for him. But I finally convinced him to go to the VA, talk to people that deal with this every day, and now he's doing his VA thing, and he's getting treated for it. And he called me and said, "Thank you. I'm getting better. I've learned techniques that when I'm starting to suffer, that I don't have to suffer anymore." That made it worth it. All the conversations I had with him. I don't want to see you suffer either, brother. I don't want to see it. It breaks my heart.
I'm tired of suffering. And I also know
there's
too.
More out there for you.
What you're talking about. I don't know if it'll be the same for civilian, but a $5,000 fucking retainer fee, that's a lot of fucking money. That's a lot of fucking money.
A lot of times
you guys that follow my
they
channel, you
don't
guys
get
know
paid
me.
until you win.
You know that I spent over $49,000 already and lost properties. You guys know this. I'm not disavowing what you're saying, if that's the right word. God dang, man. I don't want to keep fucking paying this shit. I've already done over $80,000 in child support with fucking receipts. I can show you guys right now for 2018.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
And I've been told that, hey, that's illegal. And I'm just like, well, I don't know what the fuck to do about it because I already spent $49,000 in legal fees, and this shit happened. So when you say what you say, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I should not be given $941 a month in child support based off my VA compensation and pension for shit that I did that you didn't have any part of.
Well, the thing is, though, if you don't correct that now before you stop paying, you're not going to be able to correct it. You have to correct it while you're paying it. That's the problem that you're in.
Here's what I'll do.
Well,
I've had three different
do.
attorneys and shit. Here's what I'm gonna do. My last attorney I just talked to, I spent $500 for because I brought my mother there, and I'm like, if something happens to my mother and she passes away, what's the document that I got to pay for to make sure that this fucking county can't take it away from me? I just did that for you guys that don't know, and it took me $500. We got it in writing. The house is mine. We're good to go. If I go to that same person and open up with, hey, my ex-wife is getting, whatever percentage of my VA compensation and pension, how do we go about stopping that? If this county was so fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? So fucking corrupt, prudent to take that from me in the first place, what chance do I have to go back and fight it?
Because you're not fighting in county court, you're fighting in federal court. It is a federal crime for her to receive any part of your VA money. So that judgment will be vacated by a federal judge and remanded to be corrected and back pay returned to you.
You know what? I'm going to call my fucking lawyer tomorrow, and I'm going to ask him about this.
You need to get a new fucking lawyer. Your lawyer sucks.
Yes.
Well, I've had 3 different lawyers, and one of the lawyers got me out of probation and fucking okayed everything if my mother dies. I think he's good to go.
But he might not do family court.
He's not the one who did my family divorce court. He's not.
Yeah, but is he even a divorce lawyer or a family lawyer?
He's probably
he's got experience in it, but he was not my initial. I had 3 different lawyers, brother. The one that I'm talking to you guys about right now is actually the one that won a lot of shit in my favor to get me off probation earlier. To get me this house if something happens to my mother. That's the only one that's actually won for me.
But does he do family law?
Yes, he does.
So far you've been telling me he's done defense attorney work and probate law. Okay.
He does family law too. I just didn't have him hired for my family a lawyer when I went through my divorce. It was a different lawyer.
Okay, so now you can ask him if he does what you're asking him to do. If he doesn't, he may know somebody who does. Family law is nasty. But
yeah, it's fucking terrible. It's fucking terrible, dude. It's fucking outrageous.
Yeah, and this should be filed in federal court since this state order is violating federal law. And then the second thing is you need an SSI attorney.
I've had recruiters when I was still in talks with my oldest adult adopted son, who's 25, I believe now. I took him into the recruiters and I talked to him about a lot of shit that we're talking about right now. And
why the fuck would a recruiter have a legal opinion you value?
Well, because they're full of shit. A lot of them are, not all of them. When I went in, he couldn't fill me full of shit because I was already 30. But fuck, man. All right. I think I know what I got to do. I'll pay a retainer fee. And I'll be like, hey, what can we do about this? What can be done about this in my state? Because Braden was there once when I called one of the fucking people who turned me away for voting because I had Make America Great Again. And she's like, I'm not going to do that. It's against the law. It's against the law. I'm like, that's voter fucking intimidation. I just have Make America Great Again. It doesn't have Trump. Doesn't have nothing. well, because it's affiliated with him, blah, blah, blah. I know that comes from higher up. It's where I live is not the council of who decides what the fuck. It comes from fucking down. In my case, I live in Nebraska. That probably came down from Lincoln or fucking Omaha. That's where you got to go, to unfuck that. But going back into that course, very fucking intimidating for me, even with money, man, because of what they've taken away from me. So
Well, it'll be a different court. It'll be a different court. You went to the state court and had to deal with the fucking state magistrate who was, as we know in Title 9, or not Title 9, Title 4D, he's not acting as a fucking judge when he's doing your thing. He's doing it as a magistrate. And he gets cut of that. You go to a federal judge and, you'll be able to get your shit back. She is stealing from you every month. And the Justice Department, the Nebraska Justice Department, is helping her.
Yeah. $941 a month is a lot of fucking money, guys. And I had to fight to get it down to that. It was $1,250, like we talked about with one of you guys had $2,000. That's fucking insane.
But it should be zero if all you have is.
That's all I have. That's it. That's my
it
only income.
Zero.
Man. That's all my income is VA only. That's it.
Yeah. It should be zero until you get Social Security. And then you'll get paid for having the couple children that you have, your sons that are under 18.
All right, man. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request another appointment. And if I don't get what you guys are telling me I should get as an option, I'm going to look outwards. I've got the money to be able to do that. I'm going to do that because I've been told by other military personnel too, like, hey, you're getting fucked. But I just, I didn't know how to fucking go about it, guys. You get burnt out on shit. You get burnt out on getting fucked, and then you just drop
That's
it.
True. That's very true.
It is true. It is. You get burned out from being fucked and then you kind of cave. And I'm not saying that's a positive thing, but it is fucking something that is there.
How much longer you got on the ride, Brandon?
I'm just now taking my government mandated 30 minutes of non-productive time.
Because it's 1:30 in the morning here, and it's
you
getting
don't
to
have
be my bedtime.
It's only 12:30 here. Y'all need to fucking keep up.
You don't have to stay up.
No, I was enjoying the conversation. I've been waiting for Cyber Toxin to jump back in.
I'm starting to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Cyber Toast. I can't believe
You've actually been asleep, Cyber.
Say good night.
For you guys who don't know, Cyber Toast and I were at the same fucking concert in Iowa when lightning struck the stage and they shut the concert down, man. Fucking, I can't believe it. I can't believe that you were there in the same concert with me. That's so.
Was that the Bee Gees?
Where was that?
Well, man, it was in it was outside of Des Moines, Iowa. It wasn't Des Moines. It was outside Des Moines, Iowa. They had 3 separate stages. This was called Test Fest way back in the day.
That would have to have been someone else, brother.
Oh, that wasn't you?
No.
Oh, fuck. I thought it was you. Shit. Okay, I got it wrong. My bad.
The only music concert I've ever been to was Edgefest 2000. In Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I thought it was you. God dang it. It wasn't you. My bad.
I'm going to head out, fellas.
Good
Yeah,
night,
head out.
Cyber.
All right, man. Have a great one.
Yeah,
Good night, Bud
Cyber.
Saunders. Good night, Grinch.
Good night.
Good night,
Cyber.
Hemi. Good night,
Well, I'm
Brandy.
going to be dipping too,
Good night.
so I'm right behind you, brother.
Good
night.
night,
night,
John
Grinch.
Boy.
Good night, guys.
Don't be dipping shit. When I dip, you dip, we dip. Stop it.
Well, I'm in Ducky Edwards land, but I'm sure he's sleeping.
Oh, shit. All right, Brandon, I'm going to go ahead and leave. I will fucking talk to my lawyer about that and see what the fuck options I have because I agree with you. And I'll get back to you on what was said to me.
All right, give me a call offline. Here's some
After I
other
find
things.
out? After I find out?
No, no, before.
Before you want me to call you when I leave?
After I get done streaming tonight.
Okay. If I'm still up, I'll give you a call, brother.
All right. Let me make sure I've got my fucking paperwork right. Oh, so 115. Let's My dog's like, hey, asshole. It's time to go to bed, motherfucker. All right, Sammy. Shall we go outside and go pee-pee? And go potty? All right, we'll be back. I'm going to go in this. I like stopping at this gas station because they have black licorice here. And I'm going to go get me some. Ah, Sammy, you're honking the horn. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Dude, I know you think that's funny, but people are sleeping. Can't be honking the horn. Hey, Char, Tom, Swede, Satnar. Who else is here? Moki, Rusty. Oh, you're fucking gay, Saunders. Eat a bag of dicks. Riggs told me you were gay. That's the proof. And Hammerhand said you were gay. I'll be back in just a bit. I'm gonna go back behind the truck and take a big piss because, well, I can. Well, fuck. I just checked parking availability on the route that I'm taking. And there is nothing. So I might as well stay here tonight. Son of a bitch. 100 miles less than I thought I'd be able to drive today. But that's the breaks. When you drive late at night like this, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. My 10 hours will be up in at about 11 o'clock. We'll start the stream again then. So, no marriage, no cohabitation, no new children. Let me turn this around. Camera. Front camera. Hi! And if you follow those 3 tenets of MGTOW, it'll keep you out of the gynocentric court system. Where it doesn't. It appears that you're right, Smurf. I could drive back to Joplin and sleep there. You're right, I could. I don't know, maybe I don't have enough time to do that, but anyways. We'll be able to start again about 11 a.m. So be good to each other. Listen to a brother if they're hurting. Give them advice. It doesn't cost anything. And just let them know that you know they're alive and you like them being here on the earth with you. You don't have to help them out with money if you don't have it. A lot of times people aren't even looking for money, really. They just want to know, people to know that you're alive. So help a brother out if you can. And I'll catch you on the road again tomorrow. Peace.